You know. Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Dave Mack, and we're at CKNA Cup Karts North America. We're in Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. We're happy to be here. Hey, we're going to get started in just a little bit. We've got the Junior A's out on the track right now. Junior A's for their morning warm-up session. After that, we'll have Junior B's, Kid Karts, Senior Heavy A, Senior Heavy B, Cadet Legends, Senior Light A, Senior Light B, Sportsman Masters A, Masters B, and Senior Medium A and B. After that, we'll have a mandatory drivers meeting, and then the RLV Fastest Lap Qualifying, which is 4 laps. We're splitting the major groups into thirds for fast lap qualifying to give everybody a equal chance at getting a good time in their hot lap qualifying. That will dictate your starting position for round number 1, which will be 10 laps long. After that, we'll have round number 2, which is 10 laps long. And tomorrow we will have LCQs, warm-ups first, then LCQs, then more warm-ups, and then features. So we got a full weekend of racing coming up, and we're going to have a great time here. Over 500 entries, some really, really big names in the world of karting or the world of motorsports altogether. I was just over in the pits. I was talking to Connor Zilic a couple minutes ago, and Connor Zilic did just win the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona in the LMP class. So I was very happy to talk to Connor. There's a number of other dignitaries here, and we're just thrilled to death to be broadcasting live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Once again, this is Cup Karts North America, CKNA, the biggest four-stroke event in the Western Hemisphere, and this is it right now. We're 500 entries, like I say. So I am in the infield. We've got an infield broadcast booth here looking out towards the racetrack, so I cannot see behind me. They have no windows in this building, in the backside of this building. So I'm only going to give you information on the front, what I can see, unfortunately. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we've got a TV screen here that I can watch. I can also look out the window and see stuff live. And just to go through a few of our sponsors that we're very, very thankful for. Of course, the presenting sponsors, Odenthal Racing Products. They also presented the Grand Nationals last fall, and we're very happy to have them on board. We also have EK Kart Chains, RLV, TS Racing, that's Todd Spouty Racing. RRD is Roderick Racing Development. Steel Motorsports at Merck Steel. CRG is a chassis. Fern Creek, LIYK is Long Island Youth Karting. Coyote chassis, that's Jim Leparian. I've heard Jim is on site. I haven't seen him myself yet. Briggs & Stratton, Vega. Everybody has Vega tires. Precision Performance Karting, which is John Seglem down in southern Florida. Jeff Hill Trailer Sales. Jeff Hill used to race with us. Jeff Hill got out of it, sold all his stuff, and he is now racing midgets, but he still decided to come here. So we're very happy to have Jeff Hill around. Cam Concepts, MGM Chassis, Paul and April Rice down in, right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Paul and April and the Doberman Axel. Everybody loves Axel. CKT, Alpine Stars, NORAM, of course. BRT, that's Barron Racing Team. That's Todd Barron and his brother. So Todd's here, and Todd is traditionally very, very fast. Max Torque, Parrington up in upstate New York, Parrington Automotive. Who else we have? Buck Wild, AIM, Target Distributing. We've got Joe DeBover, and I don't think Stacy's here, but JD Gunn is here, and Joe DeBover, and Marshall Martin. Part City Auto Parts. That's it. We're really proud of Part City. That was our very first national sponsor that is not karting related. They don't have anything to do with karting. So please, if you're driving your tow vehicle or you need something for your camper or your boat trailer or something, please consider going to Part City. We're very, very happy to have them on board as a national sponsor. Race Suit Valet is a new sponsor and does a heck of a good job. He's all the drivers bring their race suits and their helmets and whatever, and he'll clean them. And anything you wear racing, he'll clean it and get it back to you the next morning. So you drop it off at night, get back the next morning completely dried, and everybody's very, very happy with them so far. We also have blackcircles.ca. CA is for Canada. It's a company that you could buy tires for any kind of vehicle and have them shipped either to your house or to your tire mounting place, and you get a discount on that. So, and karteparts.ca is another Canadian sponsor, and we're very happy to have them. Speaking of the Canadians, we have approximately 90 Canadians entered here. So we're quite a ways away from any one of the Canadian borders, and we're very, very happy to have all those Canadians entered here. I understand that they want to get out of Canada probably this time of year, but we're just thrilled to death that they decided to come race with us. So this is Cup Karts North America, CKNA, and we're going to have a fantastic time. The Junior A group just got done. Now Junior B group is going to come out in just a moment. Just wondering how many sessions. And of course, we have representatives here from Briggs and Stratton. We have representatives from just about anybody who's in four-stroke karting. We have people here. The track is currently wet, as you can probably see. Yeah, the track is a little bit wet. It poured and poured and poured. It was so cold here yesterday. You can't even imagine. We worked here late last night till well after dark. And it was cold and windy, and it felt like it was right on the verge of snow, but it was much worse. Snow would have been better. It was much worse than having snow because it was so cold. But we got everything done. We brought in I think there's approximately 80 lights that are going up tonight. We're going to run late. We're going to run till about 8:15 scheduled, and we may run later than that, but that's what we're scheduled for. If we fall behind, of course, we have to adjust the schedule accordingly. So, and I'm just, you can't even imagine my viewpoint here. I'm sitting here looking at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm just beyond turn 4 before the start-finish line of the super speedway. And all week long, we've been here setting up and getting things ready. And they have tours going around the track in a tour bus. And the tour bus will stop. Driver's choice on tires. Thanks. When the tour bus will stop and then go up on the racetrack, and they let people walk up there. So, and I'm going to take a quick break here for just a second. So we're back on Kart Chaser here, and we're just watching the action. This is just warm-ups. The camera crew here is just second to none. I've worked with them a couple of times. We worked at Grands and whatever, and I just love working with these people. And they do it. The crew just does a fantastic job. So they catch a lot of the action. I'm looking out the window at the track from the broadcast booth here, and they also have a big screen next to me that I can glance up at. And I'll be perfectly honest, the camera crew does a better job catching stuff than I do, so I got to look up at the screen and see what they're looking at. So, yeah, it's a pretty big deal here. Kart Chaser, we're worldwide. There's going to be a discount code later on we'll talk about, but We're very happy to have Kart Chaser here. They got the concession stand open at Charlotte Motor Speedway here, and really nice facilities. The only problem I think we have here at Charlotte is we just have too many tow vehicles, so I got to keep scolding everybody to move their tow vehicle away from the parking area. But as you can see on the TV, the track is wet. There's a little bit of spray coming up. I just announced locally that they have all drivers have their choice of either rain or slicks. They can do either one, rain or slicks. I'm assuming everybody's on rain tires right now. Yeah, it looks like everybody's on rains right now when they go by in front of me. So, we're pretty adamant about having a very legible number, and we keep having to get on a lot of drivers, and of course they bump and scrape each other every once in a while, and the numbers start to tear off. So we got to push real hard on having legible numbers here. Yeah, and everybody that's going by right now looks like they're doing okay. We've got Vega banners all over the place. Of course, Vega is a huge sponsor. Everybody has Vega tires, both rains and slicks. And Vega's our sponsor, so they have to have Vega tires. RLV, of course, has been our sponsor as long as I can remember. I think RLV has been since day one. I think they've been a sponsor of ours. So we've got Art, and I'm not sure if Art and Miranda are here or not. I haven't seen them in the pits, but I haven't had a chance to go through the pits yet either. We worked very late last night, and it was very cold and windy, and all I could think about was going back to the hotel and getting in some heat. We are actually located in turn 3 and 4 of the Super Speedway. The track is, I think I was told, just over a mile long. Our kart track here, just over a mile long. And we are basically in turn 3 and 4 of the Super Speedway. We go all the way just about to the start-finish line. Not quite, but and it's, I think we got like 14 turns or something. I don't have a track map with me right now, but I think we got 14 turn track. Yeah, and there you just saw the building that I'm sitting in the background. Yeah, and I was responsible for putting them Vega banners up, and I truly apologize that they look so sad. We had to hang them on tires, a tire barrier, and the tire barrier is just not even. Now, there's a far side where they look much better. I'll take credit for the ones on the top of your screen right now because they look good. They're on the fence, so they're all straight. But, yeah, but there was nothing we could do with those tire barriers. You can see how wet the track is. And this is just simply a warm-up session. This counts for absolutely nothing. So yesterday we had 4 practice sessions. The final practice session, we called it happy hour. And that would, your time dictated your starting position in the hot lap qualifying, which, once again, hot lap qualifying is important. Your starting position, not really critically important if you're a good driver, you know, but everybody wants to start in the front of qualifying. It's simply a timed event, and whoever is fastest will get to start round 1 heat race in the front. So it will be kind of important to get a good qualifying position. But the way they start the qualifying, like I say, was determined by yesterday's happy hour. So, and it looks like a number of drivers have rain suits on. They're trying to stay as dry as they can. I expect the track is going to dry up. I think by 10 o'clock we're down to 4% chance of precipitation, and it goes down all day long from there. So we should be just fine for weather. It's supposed to be fairly windy, and it's pretty cool for Charlotte. We expect it to be much, much warmer here this weekend, but it's fairly cool. But of course, the drivers won't notice that at all. I mean, they were out there in miserable conditions yesterday, and I was just shocked at how many people actually went out for practice and happy hour. Personally, I wouldn't have. It's so cold and wet. But, and the checkered flag is out. That's our flagman, Ryan, right now, and he does a wonderful job. He works, I think, at least one region plus some national events or whatever. He's from New York, I think, or something, somewhere around New York. So anyway, Ryan's doing a good job. His dad is over on the hot grid, so it's a family affair for those two. His dad is the head of hot grid, and Ryan is the flagman. Chief starter, they like to call themselves. And once again, we do have a number of dignitaries here, some NASCAR people and whatever. Some of them they've got their kids racing and stuff. So you might see some familiar names as the day goes on. Last I heard, a little over 500 entries. So we're very, very happy with that. Very impressed. This absolutely exploded. This is, I think, our 4th year. I'm pretty sure our 4th year here. And the first year we, had a lukewarm turnout. And each year it got better and better. And this year it just exploded. So our biggest event ever is the Grand National Championships in Newcastle, Indiana in late September, early October. And we had, I think, like 514, 517, something like that, entries. And we just about beat that. This is a national race, but it's not our Grand Nationals. I mean, our Grand Nationals are a big deal. So we're very, very excited to be our Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in just a minute.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years, and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Okay, we're back from commercial. Welcome, everybody. This is Kart Chaser. We're thrilled to death to be broadcasting worldwide on Kart Chaser this weekend. This is Cup Karts North America's 2024 Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway in beautiful downtown Concord, North Carolina. I'll just call it Charlotte, North Carolina. So anyway, we're happy to be here. We've got 500 plus entries for our Spring Nationals here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And I'm fortunate enough to be sitting in the infield at Charlotte Motor Speedway, looking out towards the racetrack, and beyond the racetrack is a super speedway and all the grandstands. And the grandstands are absolutely stunning. I was fortunate enough last year to actually have one of the condos here. It's actually Bruton Smith's personal condo that he had built, and that's where we stayed last year. So we stayed right on property. One whole wall is a window facing the racetrack, and we just kept the drapes open all night long, and every time you get up or walk around or something, you keep looking out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So how cool is that? I highly recommend if anybody is at all interested. I think there's 2 or 3 condos that are actually available for rent. But you gotta, I really don't think they're available for NASCAR days or anything like that. But you can check it out. Do a Google search and condos at Charlotte Motor Speedway or something, and I highly recommend it. Anybody who's never done it, you should do it at least once because it is awesome. So anyway, we're just in the middle of morning warm-up session. Our kid karts are on the track right now. Kid karts, that's 5, 6, and 7 years old, and they're just out there doing warm-ups. After that, we'll have a driver's meeting later on, and then we'll have hot lap qualifying starting at 10:45 a.m. Eastern time. So the temperature, I'm not sure. It's got to be about 50, 55 degrees, something like that. I'm not sure. But anyway, it's relatively cool, and it's still very, very humid. The track is moist, but not really wet. There's a few small standing puddles, but for the most part, it's fairly dry. The track drains beautifully. They did a wonderful job here. There's a lot of drainage, ditches or tunnels or whatever, drain pipes, I guess. So this track is absolutely fantastic for drainage. It was a pouring rain yesterday all day long, and the track, other than one spot, never really got deep water. And the one spot, oh, it was hilarious to watch the karts go through there. They literally shot up rain, splashed way high in the air, at least 20 feet in the air when the karts went through. So we won't have that problem the rest of the weekend. It's going to be dry and fairly decent temperatures. So we're very happy to have that. And our flagman Ryan does have the checkered flag out, so that's going to do it for the morning warm-up session for the kid karts. Next we have Senior Heavy. Senior Heavy class is so big we had to split it into two groups, the A Alpha group and the B Bravo group. So Senior Heavy is up next, A group, and after that B Bravo. We had to split the juniors, the Senior Heavy, the Senior Light, the Masters, and the Senior Medium are all split in A and B groups. Now when we come out for qualifying, to give everybody a fair shake, we split those same groups into thirds. So when the junior group comes out, it'll be the bottom third first, then the middle third, then the top third. And by bottom, middle, and top, I'm talking about their speeds, their times that they did yesterday during happy hour. So the junior class will be split into thirds, the senior heavy, and et cetera, the same classes. So actually, everybody is split except for, let's see, Legends are split in half. Kid karts are not split. Everybody else is split to give everybody a fair shake. Hot Lap Qualifying sponsored by RLV, and RLV once again has been a sponsor forever and ever and ever, and I'm very grateful to them. Hot Lap Qualifying is 4 laps long. You're looking for one fast one. You don't care if it's your first, second, third, or fourth, or maybe you're the fastest person all 4. It doesn't matter. Hot Lap Qualifying, you're looking for one fast one. That will dictate your starting position in round 1, heat race number 1, which is 10 laps long. So once again, we're just in juniors right now. Kid karts, I'm sorry, we're just in warm-ups right now. Kid karts just finished. Senior heavy is coming out in just a moment. So, and I hear the engines, and I do see them coming out. And I don't have the numbers, how many entered in each class, but there is a lot. Close to 90 entries in some classes, and obviously not everybody's going to make the main event, the feature, so LCQs are going to happen on Sunday. LCQ warm-ups at 8 a.m., and actual LCQs are 12 laps long for the juniors, the senior heavy, the senior light, the masters, and the senior medium. All have LCQs. LCQ is last chance qualifier, of course. If anybody ever hears me at some point say somebody turned purple, anybody heavily involved in karting or racing knows what that means. If you're not involved in karting or racing, what that means is you just set the fastest lap of that group in that session. So say we're in round number 1 and the juniors, I say somebody went purple. That means out of all the juniors that are on the track right now, that kart went the fastest that anybody has gone yet in that race. So that's what turning purple means. And you can follow along on Race Hero at home. You can see exactly what I'm looking at. We've got Megan, my scoring lady, scoring supreme, and she's also series administrator. Megan's on top of it. I've worked with her for years, and I'm just thrilled to death. We've got all the kart chaser people. We've got Trevor, the owner, and I've got to get a couple other guys' names. We've got at least 3 cameras out on the property, and they're doing a wonderful job. The camera crew is really, really fantastic. I remember we worked together at Grand National Championships. I just refer to it as Grands in Newcastle, and they did just a fantastic job. So And once again, if you're watching on TV, you can see the air intake. You see a lot of people have, it looks like a white plastic can or something on there. That's a rain shield to keep the rain or the wet road splash from going into your carburetor or into your air filter. So they try to cover that up as best they can. But the bottom end towards the engine is open, so that lets the air in without getting the rain in, or it tries to anyway. It does the best it can. But you see some kind of odd, like that's a big one there on the 119. That's a little bit bigger one than normal. Yeah. By the way, Race Monitor, I don't know if anybody else is having trouble. I'm sorry, Race Hero. Oh, God. They're two competitors, so I didn't mean to say that. Race Hero is actually, it's a little bit difficult for me to find on my phone. It says my phone is too new or something. So, but fast time so far is Aiden White. Now, once again, this means nothing. This is simply a warm-up session. But Aiden White, Valdino Brito is second fast. Owen Lloyd, the 119, is third fast. That's the cart that I just saw go by. Josh Peterson, Matt Lyda, Logan Stevens, William Lessig, Nick Jones, Noah Rivers, and Mickey Bolin are your top 10. So, and once again, they're just out there just basically making sure nothing falls off the cart. You know, they want to see where the possible driving lines are and stuff. But the track will change dramatically because it's wet and it will dry up as day goes on. So it'll change dramatically before they actually go out and race. So essentially, they're just making sure they know where to go on the track. And that traditionally, that 119, like I say, Owen Lloyd, he's from Waycross, Georgia. He's third fastest so far, and he is just, he's someone to seriously reckon with. His mom and dad, that's Arnold and Christine, have a kart shop. It's called South Georgia Karting in Waycross, Georgia. And Owen, he had his birthday last year, and Mom and Dad said, well, you can do whatever you want. Well, he wanted to go racing at Cup Karts, so I think he came up to Pittsburgh or somewhere in the Northeast with us. So I was thrilled to death to see Owen up there because it's, like I say, he's normally races the South or he's home to the South. So it was nice to have Owen. You can check the schedule, CKNA Cup Karts North America schedule. We race all over the United States and Canada. We're going to have a really big year this year. We have, like I say, once again, a lot of Canadians. In fact, we've got a Canadian flag flying next to the American flags over in the pit area or over in the tech area. We are fortunate enough to have the best tech people in the entire world working for Cup Karts North America. And they are very helpful, very fair, and very honest. If you're cheating in any way, you're not going to get by with it. It's just that simple. So, and I am looking out the window so I'm looking at it would be the outside wall of the super speedway, and it says Charlotte 4. That means turn 4 at Charlotte. Last year, 2 years ago, we were here and it said Charlotte 14. So I asked publicly over the PA system, I said, anybody know why this says 14? Well, I knew, or I thought I knew, I wasn't sure. Anyway, turns out it was the 14th turn of the Roval when they used the Roval. So Roval's off to my left here a little bit, and it's really cool. It's painted up, and this facilities are fantastic. They painted it all up for us to come out here because it's such a big event. We've got our medical staff. We've got Janet. Is the first responder, and we're very happy to have Janet. And I think we have Tiffany and Felicia in the ambulance. So Janet, if she determines that we have a situation that requires the ambulance, then she'll call Tiffany and Felicia. But Janet will come out all by herself at first. Kart Chaser, of course, is broadcasting this whole thing. That's Trevor, and we're very happy to have him. Trevor Blue. Flagman is Ryan. On the grid is Ryan's dad, Ed. So that's just a few of the staff. Of course, Megan Olds, my A number one, down there doing timing and scoring on the far end of the building from me. We usually sit right next to each other, so I'm kind of I got to wave way down at Megan, but yeah, she's there. And of course, some of the Kart Chaser staff. I guess about 3 of them are inside the building here. So yeah, and I know we have at least 3 cameras out. And once again, you can watch the cameramen. They do fantastic work. Any camera ladies? I think it's all cameramen, right? Yep, all cameramen this weekend. That has no bearing on anything, but they just do a fantastic job. There's a few grandstands. There's one section. I think Charlotte Motor Speedway cut out some of the grandstands here. They had a little bit too many overbuilt or something. So they cut out one section. They got it sitting off the end of the racetrack. The actual folding seats, and you can step up and whatever. It's just kind of cool because it's a piece of the actual grandstands that used to be erected up back on, I think, between turn 2 and 3. But yeah, there's a beautiful shot of the grandstands, and of course, every NASCAR track now uses that color. They paint them different colors, so it looks like there's people sitting there when it's not. I remember the first time I went to Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and I was way off in the distance, and I saw exactly what you're looking at there. And if you get really far away, you think it's people. You think they're full. And that's the area where the grandstands were cut down. Okay, so on your camera right now. So they cut a section off, and they got it sitting over here somewhere, which is kind of cool. Vega banners, of course, all over the place. Feather flags and all that good stuff. So, and it takes about, I think we have approximately 25 people on staff this weekend to run this. There we go. There's the Jumbotron. That's what everybody wants to see. And I hope we're going to have cup carts up there eventually, but I'm not sure if we will. I haven't seen it yet. But that's all the good stuff that goes on here. The Coca-Cola 600, of course, and some old drivers. There's Rusty. Everybody. Well, I remember Rusty. I might be getting a little bit old. I'm 65 years old, so I might be getting a little bit old. So you can just watch that. And we're going to go to commercial break here real quick, and we'll be back shortly. And thank you for listening and watching Kart Chaser.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Okay, so on the commercial there, Kart Parts, that's one of our Canadian sponsors. We're very, very happy to have them on board. They came on board last year, if I remember right. We were up there, and I remember Gerald Casely is the Canadian promoter, and he said, start pushing Kart Parts. So we're very happy to have him. Somebody spins, I think that's turn 1. I'm sure it is, yeah. You can see some of the campers and whatnot out in the pits there. We have everybody move their tow vehicles because it's just so congested. So we have everybody move their tow vehicles over to the Xfinity garages. We have all the NASCAR garages are rented. We've got people renting them, using the NASCAR garages for their karting operation. So, and I'm not sure what that driver is doing. Looks like he's using his right hand to do something on the engine. I'm not quite sure, but once again, this is just simply a warm-up session. And everybody that I've seen so far has some kind of a cover over their air filter. And, there we go. Somebody spins off the track and back on again. The main thing is don't wreck. If you spin off the track, don't wreck. Don't hit anything. Just try to stop that kart as quick as you can and get back going again. Number of chassis, we've got MGM is real strong, Coyote is real strong here, RLV is real strong. I'm trying to think of a few others, but that's some of the big players. And the chassis battle is just fantastic. And these people are so loyal, especially Jim LePerry's people in the Coyote. They actually have a family picnic every race weekend for all the Coyote people, which I think is just hilarious. And I actually got to take a picture a couple of years ago at their family picnic. They line everybody up, and there are tons of people. And and they get a picture, and then they post it and whatever. So Coyote, yeah, they're just fiercely brand loyal. And MGM, Paul and April Rice, and Axel the Doberman, they actually live fairly close here, but yeah, they've got their supporters. I mean, all kart racers are very, very brand loyal. I mean, extremely brand loyal. So if you're considering being a sponsor for any kind of kart race, for Cup Karts North America, I'd highly recommend it. I'm telling you, the racers are just fiercely brand loyal. So if you have a product that they're interested in, or if you want to talk to Greg Jasperson and consider a sponsorship or something, I guarantee you're going to get your money's worth. So I highly recommend it. You can see the aerial platform that our cameras are on. And I think we're going back. Okay. Anyway, eventually you'll see an aerial platform. We've got a couple of them, and people are up in them trying to do the camera thing. And that's got to be a miserable, difficult job in the cold and the wet. So my hats off, truly hats off to the camera people. Charlotte Motor Speedway is very, very supportive of us. Very supportive. They're absolutely wonderful. Security, everybody here is just fantastic. So we're really, really thrilled to be back here for our 4th year at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And you can see everybody just going around the track. And once again, yeah, it's still wet. I mean, there's still some wet spots, obviously. I'm so sorry. I had to hit the cough button there. Yeah, so anyway, you can see that the track, there's a little bit of splash coming up on most of the track, but there's a couple of spots, low spots where there's a whole lot of splash coming up. That'll all go away as the day goes on. And I expect tomorrow's going to be just fantastic. So you can see some of the lights and all the stuff. Oh, it looks like it's hard to make a right-hand turn there. No, I don't know if you've ever been in a kart. I mean, I would imagine most people watching are familiar with karts, but it looks like Mo just turned purple. Number 107, Elmer Edmondson. He's called Mo. Ran at 53.105. Nicholas Kiefer, Aiden White, Valdino Brito, Connor Janschak, Owen Lloyd, 6 fast so far. Owen Lloyd will pick up the pace on that. William Lessig, Colin Miller, Anthony Calandro, and Matt Light are your top 10. So good for them. But Mo is purple, 53.105. So Mo, and he's on an MGM, of course. So you can just watch the action here. And once again, this means absolutely nothing. It's okay. Now they're exiting the track. That's the exit. So they're off the track. But yeah, this is just simply practice. There's a beautiful shot of a couple of MGMs, and everybody comes in and goes and does their thing. They got to go across the scale. Oh, we're getting a real good shot of the scale. I can't see the scale myself. So, and you can see everybody's on rain tires. But yeah, you have to make weight. There's a minimum weight with kart, all the fuel, everything you have in it, fluids, and driver with a helmet and whatever has to make a minimum weight. If you don't make the minimum weight, you get DQ'd for that session. So it's critically important that you make weight. And these drivers cut it so close. Some of them are within maybe a couple ounces or something. I mean, they know exactly how much fuel they have to have in. So when they burn it down at the end of that session, they still have enough weight. There's our scale guy, Pete. I think that's Pete. Yeah, it should be Pete. Anyway, and you wouldn't either be the scale guy. Bruce would be our scales, but that's our beautiful new jacket. Cup Karts North America, if you're interested in buying them, I think they're online. They're $100. They're very warm and very weather resistant. All of our staff was wearing them during the horrible rain yesterday, and everybody said it was just fantastic. So that really is a beautiful jacket, by the way. Here, fearless leader Greg Jasperson did a fine job in designing that one. Do order a much bigger size than you need, though. I hear that they run small if you consider buying one. And here's our next class. And that looks like our cadet class, I'm sure it is. Yeah, that's our cadet. So senior heavy is done. And once again, this is just simply a warm-up session. Cadets are out there. We've got a fair amount of our Canadian friends in the cadet class, as we do in many classes. I know Ellie Yanko is down from Ontario. We have a number of people from Quebec, French-speaking Quebec, that are racing with us this weekend. So that's a pretty good haul for them. What did I see? I saw one entry from Washington. Okay. So my thing has been over so many years, I've never, ever, ever, I mean, I've been doing this since day one, the very first race, Cup Karts North America, I've been announcing it, and I've never, ever, ever seen an entry from the state of Utah. And that just irritates me because the state of Utah has a fantastic racetrack just west of Salt Lake City there. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's like Tule or something like that. Anyway, we have never had an entry from the state of Utah. And so I've got a personal bounty right out of my own pocket, right out of my own wallet. I'm going to pay a personal bounty if we ever get an entry from the state of Utah. And to this day, we haven't. And, you know, kart racers are just plain fun, and some are really, really fun. So we've got a young lady named Stacy Gunn, who's married to J.D. Gunn. And Stacy isn't here, but she's part of Camp Chaos over in LSR and all that. And it's Target Distributing. Anyway, so when I announced this one time, Stacy heard that, so she went on her Facebook homepage and changed her hometown to somewhere in Utah. Yeah, and I thought that was just hilarious. Somebody pointed that out to me. Stacy is so fun, but no, I'm not going to pay her because she lied about where she's actually from. So that was a fun day, though. Anyway, so if anybody out there listening or watching is from the state of Utah and wants to enter one of our races, please make sure you let me know so I don't miss it, because I think that's very important. We'd love to get somebody from the state of Utah. It's the only state I can think of. Well, Alaska and Hawaii, of course, but the only contiguous state I can think of that we haven't had an entry from yet. We've got a number from Washington, Oregon, California, of course. We got a lot of Californians, Texas, just nobody from Utah for some reason. Yeah, and you can see the karts making running around doing their warm-up session. And there's some dancing and moving around a little bit, but for the most part, they're not really racing hard yet. They're going to race a little bit later on this afternoon. I think we're started hot lap qualifying, which will be real important. Starts at 10:45, and then heat races start at 2 p.m., and we go till about 8:15 Eastern time tonight. And fast time so far is Austin Taylor, followed by Ruben Greer, William Richard, Riggins Barnacle, I love that name, Hayden Lawson, Levi Pluride, Griffin Vukic, Caden Taruno, and Elam Stoner. Elam Stoner in the number 41 this weekend. So Elam Stoner and the Stoner family have raced with us for a number of years. Elam and his brother. AJ is his brother, and they're back racing with us again. We haven't seen them for the last couple of races. We were in, I think our last race, we were in Jacksonville, Florida, and before that we were in New Orleans Motorsports Park, New Orleans, Louisiana, NOLA. So very, very nice. That's a beautiful facility too, NOLA. Jacksonville is so cool. If you ever get the chance to go to Jacksonville, Florida, it's called 103rd Street Sports Complex, and it's actually a city park. Now, this is so cool. Any resident of the city of Jacksonville that pays taxes can use that. I'm not sure. Somebody's not happy. Anybody that's a resident of the city of Jacksonville can use that racetrack anytime it's open. They just show up. There's no officials there, no anything. You just bring your helmet and race suit and your cart and go out there and turn some laps. I think that is so cool, and I wish some other locales would do that, because it's just so beneficial for kart racing. I've been a huge kart racing fan for many, many, many years, and anything I can do to help promote the sport, I would love to do. So anyway, there everybody goes wrong. You can see the grass is a little bit brown down here. They haven't started growing really green yet. It hasn't greened up, but I think it will real soon down here. And when I say down here, once again, we're in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm originally from northern Minnesota. Now I moved way down to the deep south in Minneapolis area. An hour and a half. We're about an hour north of Minneapolis, but I call that the deep south. So, and here, of course, safety first. The corner workers have the driver that his cart failed for whatever reason, his or her. They have the driver very safe behind tire barriers and whatever else they can. So that's very important. The corner workers are just fantastic. Cup Karts staff that follow us all over the country or different parts of the country, they're just second to none. Once again, I'm so fortunate to be working with the people that I do. So there's a shot of the lights. There's a camera, scaffolding, and These cameramen are just fantastic. Once again, this is Kart Chaser, and we're very, very happy to be on Kart Chaser. We're broadcasting worldwide right now. If your grandma or somebody is interested in watching, tell her to turn on their computer and look at Kart Racer channel. And once again, this is our cadet class. Next will be our legends class. Legends are much, much older. Cadets are one of our younger groups. Now, as the racing goes on later on today, if somebody spins off, whatever, they need help getting back on. The corner workers can only touch a kid class, kid karts, cadets, and sportsmen. They cannot touch any adult class. If the corner worker touches either the kart or the driver in an adult class, that driver's done with that session. They're automatically DNF, did not finish. And some of the adult drivers aren't aware of that rule with cup karts and expect a corner worker to come over and push them back on the track. No, can't happen. Not with cup karts. So, and here comes our cadets in, and we're going to get our legends out in just a moment. We've got a very, very, very specific schedule, and we stay exactly on schedule, right to the second, right to the half second. So we're very specific about that. That driver looks like we're going to have to do a rescue, a pickup to pick up the cart for that driver. Here comes the driver. We've got a crew that is just simply assigned to picking up the cart. Yeah, there's the cart, and I bet you that the wagon will be here any minute. That red vehicle, the red, four-wheel drive vehicle on the left-hand side of your screen right now is the first responder ambulance. And that's Janet. And if she determines that they need the full ambulance, then the full ambulance is on the other end of the track, and that'll come out. So here comes the rescue vehicle. Driver... I'm not sure if we're going to pick it up. If we are, the driver better get out. There we go. Okay. Looks like driver's get out. Now we're going to pick it up with the driver in it. Okay. Add a little extra weight to our corner workers there. They're good sports about it. And as this is going on, I think we'll take a commercial break. We'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for watching Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, All testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Hey, once again, this is Kart Chaser. We're back. We're very, very happy that you chose to watch Kart Racer today. I'm Dave Mack. This is Cup Karts North America, CKNA, and we're at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is our Legends class. We're currently in our warm-up session. Hey, I was just told later on we're going to have a celebrity guest, so stay tuned. We'll have a celebrity guest later on that I get to interview, so I'm kind of excited about that. That'll be fun. So a celebrity guest, if you at all interested or know much about motorsports, you're going to recognize this person, or at least the name, or at least the recent, the recent win at maybe the LMP2 winner at Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. How's that? How's that for a teaser? So anyway, it might be Connor Zilic, but we'll wait. He doesn't want to come up here right now because it's a little bit cold, so I certainly understand that. Nice warm trailer. Good to be there. So once again, we're in our Legends warm-up session. After this will be Senior Light Group A and then Senior Light Group B. And those are all adults, so the corner workers cannot touch them if they go off the track. Can't touch the cart or the driver. And all the drivers are required to have neck braces at Cup Karts North America, so our staff on the grid is watching very diligently to make sure everybody's got a neck brace. And we had a number of infractions yesterday. A lot of racing organizations don't require a neck brace. Cup Karts does. So some of these drivers think they don't have to put it on, and we tell them otherwise. Now we have somebody off in turn one here. Looks like they're going to get going again. Maybe not. Looks like he's pushing the cart. Yeah, I think he's going to retire. So that happens, and it doesn't affect anything in this warm-up session. We do have representatives from Briggs & Stratton, from TS Racing, from Vega Tires, from some of our major supporters. We have representatives from everybody pretty much here. RLV, I'm told, is on site. I haven't seen them yet, but Art and Miranda, I think, are here. And the Speedway is so very kind. They actually opened up their concession stand to us, which we're happy with that. The tire distributing people are working very hard over there. Tech people are working very hard. Everybody's doing their job. We have quite an extensive staff this weekend of Cup Karts, CKNA Cup Karts people, and they're all doing their thing. And the driver that was off in turn one gets going again. So there we go. So once again, we're broadcasting as well as on the internet and live. We're also on Race Hero. So let's see. I'm going to try to get in. I had a little bit of trouble yesterday getting in. I had to try 2 or 3 times, and it looks like I'm going to get right in now. It says my phone is too new. It was designed for an older I'm trying to do 2 things at once. It was designed for an older type of telephone, so I'm not quite sure. I've never been accused of having the latest, greatest anything, but... And it looks like Phil Pignataro is fast so far. Phil ran at 54.211. Now, once again, this doesn't matter for anything, but Phil did turn purple. James Insko is second fast. James has been racing with us forever. Joe DeBover's having a good day. Joe DeBover's third fast so far. Once again, Joe DeBover owns Target Distributing. Wayne Hanslick, Wiggity Wayne, is fourth fast. Wiggity Wayne is from upstate New York. He does a lot of business in Canada and the United States. And Wiggity Wayne, his girlfriend, I'm trying to think. Is it Cynthia? No. Anyway, it'll come to me later. Wiggity Wayne started a new sauce company called Wiggity Wayne Sauces, and it's barbecue sauces and ketchups and all kinds of stuff. So, and I'm sure that stuff is online. So, if you're at all interested in getting some really good food, good sauces, look up Wiggity Wayne. Mike Todd 5th fast so far, Steve Lyons, Richard Meisner, J.D. Gunn. That's my favorite name in racing. J.D. Gunn is 8th fast so far. Doug Cook, 9th, and Brian Donati is 10th fast. Then we have Raymond Brown and Brian Lowry's in there, Mike Forget, Ronald Henry, Rodrigo Di Francisco. They've been racing with us for a few years, and we're very happy to have them. Gallo Barrows, Kevin Scott, Ellie Yanko, 18th fast. He will definitely pick up on that. Ellie Yanko is from Ontario, and he will definitely be a lot faster as the weekend goes on. Paul McElry, Jeff Sterling, Paul Montepoli, Brant Estes, Robert Davis, Chris Kellett, Tyson Swan, Timothy Clark, Michael Wells. Always happy to see Michael here. Tad Stahl, Jeffrey Rivas, Chris Hamilton, Dan Monson, Todd Bolton. Todd's son, Remy, worked with me all day Wednesday setting up banners and other stuff like that. Todd Davis, let's see, there's Todd Barron, Dr. Todd Barron. Oh, you know what? He hasn't been out yet. They show him 35th. Well, his class hasn't been out yet. That's why, because Dr. Todd is traditionally very, very fast. There's a number of names that anybody who watches Cup Karts or kart racing or four-stroke racing knows very well. So far, the fast time for the well, let's see. Okay, our next class is coming up. Cameron Reed. Okay, so this is our senior light class, senior light group A. We've got Jack DeLucci, Colin Warren, Cameron Reed, Nathan Guerrero, Stephen Masterson, Gavin Isaacs, Gianluca Savalio, Owen Yelland, Alec Drummond, Tyler DeRosiers, Caden Drummond, Dylan Rennie, Michael Ing, Patrick Levelle, Noah Van Stratton, Mackenzie Matthews, Brandon Jarsocrack, Dylan Amundsen, Austin Johnson, Jamie Stropko, Caleb Jarvis, Kami, Sawyer St. Clair, Scotty Watkins, Scotty Kleeman, Anthony DiMaggio, Ryan Miller, Dylan White, Connor Zilich, Katie Janchuk, Jacob Duvall, James Overbeck. I always call him the Cincinnati Kid. If you catch me later on saying Cincinnati Kid, I'm talking about number 48, Mr. James Overbeck from Cincinnati. Addison Iannello, always a threat here. Addison is very fast. Garrett Andexler, Quentin Murdoch, Braggy Vainwright, Paulie Massimino. Who else we have? Hunter Fox, and just a bunch of people on the entry list here. So it looks like we have about, I'm scrolling to bottom, looks like about 95, I think, entries. Yeah, we've got 95 on the entry list, so quite a who's who of what's what. Fast time so far, 1 lap in, but fast time so far is Waycross, Georgia's own Owen Lloyd, number 119, 54.128. Then we have Cody Johnson, Kelvin Zing, Jaden Harry, Tyler Dolick, Nathan Powell, Michael Robbins, Sam Avrutsky, Austin Speck, and Braden Domingue. So I want to wish Aspen Keller a happy birthday and Austin Olds. It was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to the both of you. Aspen Keller today and Austin Olds yesterday. Number 119, Waycross, Georgia's own Owen Lloyd. Currently in second place, but he's actually fast time. And this is just simply a timed event. They're not racing right now, so it doesn't matter at all. Braden Domingue is second fast. Oh, Ronnie Klyes just moved up to second fast. Ronnie Klyes, Klys. Ronnie is always very, very fast. Ronnie and Ron both. Braden Domingue, Kelvin Zing, Nathan Powell. Chloe Drummond doing real well. She's currently in sixth place. Tyler Dolick, Cody Johnson, Tyson Stewart, and Austin Speck are your top 10 so far. I see Emily DeMaster down there, and where did I just see her name? Emily DeMaster, currently 12th, number 87. Emily DeMaster, always a hot shoe here. So, yeah, Owen Lloyd, though, is probably the one to watch. Generally, we have, like for divisional races, we have a separate event Saturday and then a separate event Sunday. They're two independent events. This is a national event, so it all boils down to just a one-day Sunday. But if we have a divisional event Saturday, Sunday, Owen Lloyd is generally expected, so he runs two classes, so he'll run a total of 4 races. He's generally expected to win at least 3 of them 4. That's how good he is. So Owen Lloyd is just a treat to watch. Another one to watch later on today is going to be Christopher McKeithen. I'm a huge, huge, huge Christopher McKeithen fan. So, and I know I can't have favorites, but if I could, that would be one of mine. So, yeah, Christopher McKeithen's always very fast. He's under John Seglam's Precision Performance Karting tent. John has just a stable full of winners, really, really first-class drivers. So John's very, very adamant about doing everything absolutely correctly. He runs the business like a drill sergeant, and he's got nothing but the best that race for him. So always nice to see John, and he's one of our sponsors. Very nice to have John. Precision Performance Karting. He also has a swimming pool business if you're in South Florida, and there's something regional. They can only go in their county or something. I'm not sure. But anyway, if you're interested in having a swimming pool put in at your house in South Florida, John's the man to talk to. I'd highly recommend him. He doesn't make mistakes. So John's the man. John and Christopher came up to, I think we were in Toronto, Canada last year, and Christopher just put on a clinic, so it's so fun to watch. And his dad, Tim, is very nice. I always like seeing him. Ronnie Kleiss, by the way, just turned purple. Yeah, and Owen Lloyd just took it back. Now Kelvin Zing just turned purple, so times are changing real quick. Kelvin Zing is the fastest so far, 52.819, followed by Owen Lloyd, Ronnie Kleiss, Braden Domingue, Sam Avrutsky, Brady Eichhoff, and Jaden Harry are your top 10, but Kelvin King is fast so far. Kelvin Zing, rather. Lap number 5, he ran a 52.819. And I think we're just over a 1 mile track. So it's going pretty quick. I think we've got 14 corners, so there's a lot of action going on. The track is not drying up. It's getting less wet, but there's still a couple of puddles and whatever. It's so humid, so wet and so humid out that it's going to take a while to dry up. And so far, it looks like everybody, once again, is on rain tires. But I think that'll be changing before too long as the day goes on. So we'll see. Everybody's coming across, getting their final times. Owen Lloyd, 52.600. Owen Lloyd is purple, and Owen Lloyd is fast so far. So as Owen Lloyd's last lap, he turned purple, or took the fastest time away from everybody else. So Owen Lloyd is fast time so far. And it looks like that's going to hold up. Once again, that accounts for nothing other than bragging rights. This is Senior Light Group A. After this will be Senior Light Group B Bravo. So it's Group A Alpha and Group B Bravo. They're split into two groups. After Senior Light B will be Sportsman. So once again, our flagman Ryan doing a wonderful job out there. Did a great job in miserable conditions yesterday, and we're very, very happy to have him working. I see he got new gloves. His hands were absolutely freezing yesterday, and he got new gloves today. So I'm very happy for Ryan. Hopefully his hands are warmer. And the last cart's coming off, and I can't see behind me. Like I say, I can't see just a little bit less than half the track. There's no windows in the back of the broadcast booth here, so I can't see what's going on back there. But yeah, apparently we are good here. We don't have any cart pickups because the next class is coming out. So this would be the B group. Excuse me. Once again, this is the Senior Light Group B, or half the group, the second half of the group. Owen Lloyd set the fast time for this group. And now this group is going to be combined. These times are going to be combined between both the A and the B group. So Owen Lloyd potentially could lose the top spot, the fast spot so far, if anybody in this group is faster. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. And the way these groups were split up is they did a drawing when they checked in, and that splits them up. And I'm just, let's see. Okay, so tire scanning is done at 9 o'clock. It's actually 9:04, so tire scanning is done right now. Tire scanning is done for everybody that's here. And what I mean by that, anybody at home that don't know what I'm talking about, every tire has a barcode, and they're scanned that this driver has so and such a barcode, or has a tire with so and such a barcode. So I just lost my screen. So anyway, they have to use the same tire for qualifying as they do for racing. The same 4 tires, actually. So we scan them, and then we scan them again when they're racing and whatever. They're scanned a number of times. Also, if anybody leaves a tire behind at a racetrack, we can tell who left it behind and send them a huge bill for the disposal of the tire, because the racetracks that we go to do not want our old thrown away leftover tires left behind. But specifically, it's for making sure everything is equal. Everybody's got the same set of tires for qualifying that they do for racing. So, yeah, and I'm just trying to get back into Race Hero. And you can follow along on Race Hero and see exactly what I'm looking at. Race Hero, you can download it, and then I have to go to use the web site or whatever, but yeah, okay, so Owen Lloyd is still fast, 52.600. Kelvin Zing, second fast. Ronnie Kleiss, third fast. Then we have Sam Abrutsky, Braden Domingue, Logan Plotter, Jaden Harry, Austin Johnson, Jean-Luca Savalio, and Brady Eichhoff. So I think, let's see, let's try this again. I'm scrolling down to see, 95 entries. Cameron Reed is supposed to be out. I'm not sure where Cameron is. She may have elected not to go, too. This is just simply warm-ups. It counts for nothing. So she may have elected why waste fuel and tires and take a chance on wrecking or whatever. So I agree with that. Owen Lloyd, 52.600. That's going to be real tough to beat. And once again, this is the Senior Light B Bravo Group. Sportsman should be coming out next. Now, Sportsman is a younger class again, so we got another one spun off turn 1. Sportsman, the corner workers can help the Sportsman. See a few people drafting with each other, just trying to see how it feels, if they can find a drafting partner for later on when we're racing, or just how their cart reacts with drafting or whatever. So, yeah, everybody's trying to figure out something. Most drivers look like they've got some kind of a colored face shield. Some are clear, but most of them are some kind of a tinted or colored face shield. It's not real bright. It's completely overcast. I can't see any sun in the sky at all. So it's completely overcast, but yet it's bright. It's daylight. So I think that's probably a good choice, is a tinted face shield. Yeah, and there's a Leclerc chassis, all kinds of different chassis here. Like I say, the predominant ones are Coyote, MGM, RLV. RLVs are traditionally very fast. They're all fast, it depends on the driver and whatever, but yeah, they're all good chassis. If you're interested in getting into karting, highly recommend look at your want ads or your Facebook Marketplace or your Craigslist or something, and I would say if you're somewhere, you're thinking about getting into karting and you're somewhere and you don't know what to buy, I would say go to a couple of local races, whatever your local track is, and see who has the best support. That's so critically important. Who will talk to you, who will work with you, who will help you, because you definitely have to have support when you get into kart racing. I started at approximately 35 years old. Didn't have a clue what I was doing and got it way over my head. Yeah, but I fell in love with the sport. I absolutely fell in love with it. I realized I'm not that good. I'm really not that good. I kept spending more and more money every year, and it was just an absolute waste. And I was absolutely convinced that it's got to be the kart, can't be the driver. So I bought a more expensive kart and a faster class and went up to 2 strokes and eventually went to a tag and spending all this money. And one year I spent $25,000 in like one weekend, and I was sure I was going to be the fastest thing at the track. Well, everybody else, when I moved up a class, everybody else got faster too. So I finally realized eventually that, yeah, I'm just over my head. So I started announcing races, and this is a whole lot easier, believe me. These drivers, it's just brutal being out there in the kart. It's actually a heck of a workout. I mean, you will be sweating like nobody's business when you get done with the race. Yeah, and I was always happy because during the racing season I would lose a lot of weight, so that was always good. Now I don't race anymore, so I'm gaining it all. Everything that I lost over the years, I've gained back plus. But anyway, everybody's going on the track. And next up, we're going to have our sportsmen. They're scheduled to go out at 9:12 a.m. And I bet they come out at exactly 9:12 a.m. I can see over there the hot grid is already, the drivers are already. We only allow one driver and one tuner or crew chief on the hot grid. So it's the driver and the crew chief. You can't. Everybody likes to have their grandma and their neighbors and their brother and sister and everybody, come wish them well in the hot grid. Nope, can't do it. Not here. It's just too busy. So a maximum of 2 people, one of them being the driver. And here they come. So it must be exactly 9:12. Fast time once again was Owen Lloyd. So congratulations, Owen Lloyd, followed by Kelvin Zing, Ronnie Kleiss, Sam Abrutsky. And here is our sportsman class. We have Jake Maloney and Riley Dobler and Parker Ives, Bowen Green, Jackson Blanchard, Emma Schumann, Wyatt Fink, Daniel Dragunov. And Daniel Dragunov, I had breakfast with him a couple of years ago. We were staying at the same hotel. So we were having breakfast, and he told me a little story. Dad, I'm not sure what country he comes from, but he's got a bit of an accent, whatever. And it says something on the back of the cart, on the rear bumper, and I couldn't, it wasn't English, so I couldn't understand it. I asked Dad, he says, that says in some other language, and he told me, and I've forgotten to this day, but it says, tag, you're it. So I think that is just hilarious. On his rear bumper, Daniel Dragunov, his dad put on tag, you're it on the back of the cart. Alyssa Eddy, of course, the number 100 out on the track. I think she's on the track. I got to look for her. She's got a pink ponytail, so you can always pick her out in the group. I don't see her yet, but she's got a pink ponytail on top of her helmet. And Alyssa is actually from my home state of Minnesota. In fact, when I'm not doing Cup Kart races, I go occasionally and watch her at the local racetrack. It's called Stockholm Karting Center. And Alyssa, and I'll tell you a story about Alyssa. And she's not out here right now, but she'll come out eventually. Alyssa was so bad when she started, so bad. We were at Road America, and she was just, kid kart class, the youngest class. And she was so dangerous. She would come down the hot grid wide open. She had only one speed. Her foot was flat on the floor. And she'd come down wide open to the point that, and we had a real long hot grid entrance, and then you enter the track way at the end of it. Well, we had to change that because she was so dangerous coming down pit road. So we had her start and then go on the track immediately. Well, that was fine in the end, but then she'd go to the track and she'd spin, do a 180, and foot flat to the floor, heading directly into oncoming traffic, and they're splitting her on both sides and whatever. So Alyssa was a really poor racer when she first started, and she has developed into such a good racer. She is so fun to watch. We were at Cincinnati last year, Cincinnati MMC, I think it's called. Cincinnati, anyway, Motorsports Park or something. And Alyssa took on Saturday, it was 2 separate events, a Saturday, Sunday, and Alyssa on Saturday ended up third place on the podium. We do the top 3 for regional events, top 5 for nationals. Anyway, she took the 3rd spot on the podium, her first time ever on a podium. Her dad was crying, everybody was cheering and all excited. Sunday she won the race. She was on the top spot. So we were so happy. For Sparkles is their nickname. And her brother used to race. He's not racing so much anymore, but yeah, Alyssa Eddy, her nickname is Sparkles, and she is just a treat, just fun to talk to. So you'll be hearing about that name a lot in the future. I know Dad has big plans, and Alyssa's all in, and she's full of confidence. And I'll tell you, she has come so far from those early days when I was actually scared for everybody on the hot grid because she was just dangerous. So, yeah, and I'm picking on Alyssa a little bit, but it's all true and it's all fun. Cade Wolf, number 54, is fast so far, 53.833. Followed by Bowen Green, Wyatt Fink, Lincoln Massey, AJ Stoner, 5th place, number 14, AJ Stoner. Colton McQuaid, Xander Matthias, Nicholas Mose, Trace Rosinski, and Riley Dobler are your top 10 so far. Then we have Laney Thigpen, Cooper Mull, Keegan Irwin, Andrew Adams, Emma Schumann. So that's top 15. Cooper Mull is from, by Purdue University over there in West Lafayette, I believe, Indiana. Cooper Mull, he's been a real good buddy of mine for many, many years. And Cooper Mull absolutely loves that Buc-ee's. It's the gas station, convenience store, or whatever. And it's just like if you've ever been to Wall Drug, which I'm familiar with, that's up in my area. Everything is branded with Wall Drug. Well, Buc-ee's is the same way. Everything in the store is branded with Buc-ee's. They're huge, huge, huge self-promoters. So Cooper Mull loves to go there. And Cooper Mull, I saw that they just drove down from Lafayette, West Lafayette, I think, Indiana. And yes, indeed, Cooper and his brother Leighton did get to go to Buc-ee's again. So I'm always happy for Cooper. Last year, we were just kind of goofing around here, and I had an electric pit bike, and Cooper Mull took my electric pit bike out while he was wearing his Buc-ee's beaver suit, complete with a head and everything. He took my pit bike out, and I had some portable hair. One of our people, one of our staff, bought me a fake wig or toupee or something, so I'm wearing that. And Cooper's got the Buc-ee's suit on and riding the pit bike, and we just had a good old time last year. So that's part of the fun. I mean, this Cup Karts North America stuff. We are professional racing, but we are all about the fun too, and the families or whatever. So, I highly recommend if you're at all interested in coming to a Cup Kart event. I highly recommend it. This is a good one to come to. Charlotte, of course, Grand Nationals. We got 3 stops in Canada this year. So, if you're Canadian and considering, we draw very, very well. Like I say, I think we've got 90 Canadians entered this weekend. So we're very, very happy about that. We're pretty much all over the country, or all over the eastern half of the country anyway so far. And find a track near you and come see what Cup Karts is all about. We were just in Jacksonville a few weeks ago, Jacksonville, Florida, and we had 188 entries for our regional. So we're very proud and very happy about that. Thank you for everybody that supports Cup Karts. We try to be the most fair, honest, family-friendly, good time you can have in go-karts. And I am very, very fortunate to be part of it. Greg Jasperson just does a fantastic job of running the whole series. And the original owners were Greg Jasperson and Steve Vermeer. Steve is a very good friend of mine, and I travel to most races with him. Him and I drive, and we tow the trailer down with all the sponsorship banners and tech equipment and war wagon and, everything that is required to put on a race. So, and it's always a good time. Steve and I have, I don't know, I think last year, my phone said I went 2.5 times around planet Earth. So then most of that is with Steve, going to Cup Kart races. We've been to Canada a number of times. We went to Florida. I remember one year him and I had a race in Bushnell, Florida. We left home in Minneapolis area, and we got as far as Conway, Arkansas. So we're a little over halfway. We're on our way to Bushnell, Florida. Got to Conway, Arkansas, and we talked to the southern promoter, Brett Spouty, and we found out that the track was literally underwater. He said there's fish swimming on the track. Well, I thought he was, exaggerating a little bit, of course. No, he sent pictures. There's fish swimming on the racetrack. That's how bad the storm was. It was a hurricane or something hit. So anyway, they had to cancel the race because obviously the track is underwater. So we were in Conway, Arkansas. We were halfway. We turned around, went back home, spent a couple of nights at home, turn around and go back again because we're going to race the next weekend. So I said that year a number of times that I went to 3.5 trips to Florida. And everybody's asking, how can you do a half a trip? Well, that's exactly how. We went halfway down and turned around, came home, and went down there the next week. So that's my claim to fame, that I can do a half a trip to Florida. Let's see where I'm going to schedule. So it should be Masters Group A coming out next. Yeah. Our sportsmen are, let's see, and that's gone. Okay. So our Masters, we've got Brandon Moore and Alan Archambault and Craig Steen, Ellie Yanko, John Price, Rich Blanchard. I see Joe Sylvester's on the list, Doug Hutchinson, Jamie Bradford, Tyson Swan, Casey Stahl, Brandon Vaughn, Dave Patrick, Jorge Ruiz. I haven't seen Jorge yet, but apparently he's coming out on the track. Frank Mastandrea, Kenneth Williams, Frank Tamboles, Wayne Hanslick, that's Wiggity Wayne, Jonathan Gomes, Anthony Calandro, Mark Steele, should be out there. Kevin Medeiros, Wade Lynn, Tim Skinner, Ryan Sporowski, J.D. Gunnigan, Dr. Todd Barron, Tim Stiefel. I haven't seen Tim for a while. Jeff Hill. Jeff Hill's entered. I didn't realize Jeff Hill was entered. I didn't think he was going to. Tim Hannon. Tim Hannon is another one of our stops that we go to. He's got, I think it's called Ohio Valley Karting something up in upstate, or up in New York, right in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York area. And Tim is just fun. I so want to be like him. He's got, his property is up in is that the Adirondacks or Appalachian? Something like that. Anyway, it's in a mountain range. And Tim's got 3 racetracks on his property that I know of, that I've discovered. 3 separate racetracks on his property. We use the sprint track, of course. He's also got a dirt oval, and I'm trying to remember what else he's got. But anyway, he has all kinds of toys. He's got sprint cars and go-karts and just like all kinds of fun stuff. Tim is like probably the coolest human being I ever met. So always happy to have Tim racing with us. Yeah, let's see, who else can I find here? Derek Hastings, Jason Abrams, Grant Lockwood, Robert Davis, Tom McCann. So that's just a few of the people that are racing this class. It looks like we have, in our Masters here warm-up session, it looks like we've got approximately 62 entries. Joe Janowski is here. He's a big name in the world of karting. So a lot of you people, I know a lot of you don't know anything about karting and maybe just stumbled upon us, or somebody told you to check out the show here on Kart Chaser. But a lot of you do know a lot about karting, and there's some really, well, pretty much the biggest names in 4-stroke karting anywhere are here this weekend. So once again, I'm going to have an interview later on with a very, very prominent person that may have recently won the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona in the LMP2 class. So I'm looking forward to that. And everybody's just biding their time out there. So if you see on the back of a kart, a lot of times on the back of the seat, there's white, like a white disc or a white puck of some type. That's weights, lead weights. And the reason for that is, like I said earlier, each class, there's an absolute minimum weight that you have to have. And that minimum weight is dictated by the class. That's driver, kart, all the fluids, helmet, racing suit, everything that went out on the racetrack. And so that's what those weights are, to bring it up to that absolute minimum. No, a heavier guy doesn't have to put so much weight on. The real light ones have to put a lot of weight on. So that's always fun to see somebody with just a bunch of weight on the back. You know, that's a real light driver. So, and then of course every kart has it's called a transponder, and it's an electronic scoring device. There's a scoring loop at the start-finish line right in front of me here. It's buried into the ground. When the kart goes across it, it registers that scoring. That transponder just went across. Well, that transponder, Megan's got it associated with a name, so we can tell exactly who's where and whatever. Well, for obvious reasons, some people put them in different spots on their kart. They elect to put them here or there, everywhere. Well, there's a absolute minimum distance from the front kingpin back to the closest you can put up the front. Because, I mean, we have had a number of absolute photo finishes where we have to use the electronic scoring loop to determine who the winner was. So it's advantageous to put that transponder. It's a little, maybe about the size of a deck of cards, maybe a little bit smaller. But that, you want to put that as far forward as you can in case you have a photo finish. You want to get credit for having a good finish. So that's how scoring works. You can see a number of drivers, and that track is definitely getting a little bit better. It looks like everybody is still on reins, but I think that'll be changing before too terribly long. I don't see anybody having any major troubles getting through any of the corners. I see a number of drivers wearing rain suits over their race suit, which kind of makes sense. You don't want to get your race suit wet. And a karting race suit, a lot of people are used to, in other forms of racing, a fire suit. Karting suit does not have to be a fire suit. There's almost no danger of fire in a kart. You very seldom have any issues. Karts do not have any roll cages, any seatbelts, anything to keep you in the kart. In fact, the idea is if you wreck, you want to be thrown clear of the problem of the kart. So kart suits are built for abrasion resistance, not for fireproof. They're built for abrasion resistance, so you don't get road rash, basically. And of course, occasionally somebody does, and our helmets have to go through tech, and our helmets have to be current. So tech checks them to make sure they're current. There's very, very specific specifications that they have to meet, and our tech checks absolutely everybody. So that's a little bit of how karting works. Yeah, and the checkered flag is out for this group. So our next group is going to be the Masters B Bravo class. Fast time went to Ryan Kasner so far. Once again, it counts for nothing, but did I jump ahead of myself? Yeah, Masters B Bravo group will be next. Ryan Kasner was fast. Ronnie Kleiss' dad, was second fast. Valdino Brito was third. Robert Ross fourth, and Kevin May fifth. Alex Cullinan, Ian McIntyre. No relation to me at all. I've never even met Ian, but it's spelled exactly the same as mine, so I should go introduce myself. Brandon Bell, Corey Flint, and James Insko. So I think we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back. Thank you for watching Kart Chaser, and stick around. We'll be right back.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Okay, we're back with Kart Chaser. We're at Cup Karts North America's Spring Nationals, CKNA Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway in beautiful downtown Concord, North Carolina. We currently have the Masters B Bravo group out on the racetrack. It's simply warm-ups right now. Hey, I just want to give a huge shout-out to the Kart Chaser family here. Of course, Trevor, the co-owner, Trevor Blue, I think is his last name. We're very happy to have Trevor bring the crew here, and we're going to work with him at least 3 times this year. And if I have my say so, we're going to work with them all year long. But I know they're stretched very thin. any other racing organizations that may be tuning in, if you're considering having Kart Chaser, I could not more highly recommend it. They're just fantastic to work with. On the cameras out there, we've got Jerry and Peyton and Marcelo. And in broadcast booth here, we have Emery and Caleb. Caleb is, I'm going to call him a floor director. I think that's a good description because he's directing me. I'm flat out not used to being on a broadcast, just a local broadcast I'm used to. I'm not used to being audio and video worldwide. So Caleb is treating me with kid gloves, and he's doing a wonderful job. He's taking real good care of me, so I appreciate it so much. But any other racing organization, if you're even thinking about, I'd say get a hold of them. Absolutely do it. It's going to be the best thing you ever did. So Ryan Kasner is fast so far, once again, in this Masters B Bravo group. Ryan went at 53.738. Ronnie Clyde, second fast. Valdino Brito, Robert Ross, Kevin May, Wade Lynn, Alex Cullinan, Anthony Calandro. Ellie Yanko is only 9th fast. I'm a little bit surprised at that. Tim Skinner, 10th fast. So that's a few of the people out here in the Masters class. Next up, we will have Senior Medium Group A, and after that, Senior Medium Group B. This is simply, once again, this is just a warm-up session. This counts for nothing. Track is still moist. I wouldn't, but it's moist. I think it's a good description. Now, there's a few wet spots, but yeah, okay. Drivers are slipping a little bit. It looks like everybody is still on rain tires. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought some people would be changing over to slick soon, but we'll see. Everybody has Vega tires, of course. Vega is our tire sponsor, and Todd Spout ETS Racing is the exclusive U.S. distributor for Vega tires. So everybody's got Vega tires, both rains and wets. Rains and slicks, rather. I made the mistake of saying it was driver's choice on tires yesterday, and what I meant was it's driver's choice whether they put rains or slicks on. And somebody new to us misunderstood and showed up with a different brand of tires at the hot grid, and they wouldn't let them out. And I apologize to that. I should have been more clear on that. So I won't make that mistake again. So, yes, you can have any of the two options, either of the two options for Vega tires. You can have the Vega Rains, which are the spec tire, or the Vega Slicks, which are the spec tire. But you can't have somebody else's tire. This is a Vega series. So, and it's a fairly big track, a little over a mile, and I think it's 14 turns if I'm not mistaken. So, and these drivers are using every bit of the track. Their camera crew just doing a fantastic job here. Every once in a while, you see them in their workplace, which is aerial platforms and all kinds of really precarious places. And I've got absolute respect for the camera crew. They do such a great job. Yeah, okay, I can see the track is on camera. It looks like I can see the track is a little bit wetter. They're showing spots that I can't see from the broadcast booth here, and it's a little bit wetter than I thought. And I take full credit for that nasty, the Vega banner, and we're very happy to have Vega, but the banner just didn't hold up well on the tires. And it's kind of my fault. I apologize. I'll take full credit for that good one in the background there, though. So anyway, there's our feather flags. Here's our flag man. That's Ryan. Ryan doing a wonderful job. He had to work in miserable conditions yesterday, and I'm very proud of him. Ryan is from, I think, New York. And your fast time, and the checkered flag is, your fast time so far is Ryan Kasner. I think that's going to hold up, 53.738. And second fast is Ron Clyde, 99 thousandths of a second slower. Then we have Valdino Brito, Wade Lynn, Robert Ross, Kevin May, Alex Cullinan, Anthony Calandro, Tim Skinner, and Ellie Yanko. Ellie, once again, number 470. Ellie is one of our Ontario people, Ontario, Canada. Ellie's got a number of people under his tent. Okay, so when I say under a tent, it's like Ellie Yanko has a race team, and he'll do different types of arrive and drive programs. You can come, and I think he'll supply a cart. You can have him take care of your cart. So you can just show up with your cart, park it under his tent, and he'll give you supervision. Most of these teams that have under the tent type programs will usually feed you, give you plenty of water. They got a cooler full of water. That's just kind of what all the teams that I'm aware of do. And they'll give you helpful hints on how to maintain and keep your kart running in top performance. And some of them will even rent you a tuner. If you really don't know what you're doing and you want to pay, they'll rent you a tuner. So can work out any kind of different options. Was a number of these under the tents. I know Ellie Yanko, like I say, has one. I think he's got mostly or maybe all Canadians in his. Has no bearing on anything other than Ellie is a Canadian himself, so he gets all his friends. But Ellie does a good job. John Seglem, of course, is one of the top tent teams in the world. John is very good about that. He'll keep his people in line and does a really good job. There's a whole bunch of others. There's MGM, of course. That's Paul and April Rice and Axel the dog, Axel the Doberman. Everybody loves Axel. Axel is just hilarious. Dobermans are extremely smart anyway, but Axel is just obsessed with shadows. So on a sunny day, he'll just be staring at the ground the whole time, walking around, watching the shadows moving. So Axel is just a hoot. Everybody loves Axel, and everybody brings dog biscuits for Axel because we all love Axel. So Paul and April Rice got a heck of a background in racing, and the more I learn about them, the more impressed I am. Every time somebody talks about them, I learn more of their background, of their pedigree, and I'm more and more surprised. So, and Mo, I referred to Mo earlier today. Mo was under their tent, as he always is. Looks like our drivers are just coming out. We've got Aiden White out on the track, Eli Warren, Harbor Das, Harrison Browning, William Wallace. William Wallace is from Canada, from California. So we're very happy to have William Wallace out here. Talk to Dad a little bit. I was actually standing at the front desk of the hotel. They checked in the same hotel, and then Dad was at the lounge area last night. Some friends of his. We've got okay, so. Positions are changing. Jacob Duvall is out there. Jacob Duvall just turned fast time, 53.932. Colin Miller, Eli Fox, Ben Gaunt, Katie Janchuk, Bryce Frank, Addison Ianello is out there. Presley Whitney, Logan Prince, William Lessig, Noah Rivers, Austin Speck, Carson Bartlett, Ben Lida, Stephen Masterson, Chase St. Clair, Kyle Callahan, Chloe McKenzie, Jason Rothman, and Hunter Fox are all on the track right now. And the fastest so far is Jacob Duvall. 53.932. So we're very happy to see that. Jacob Duvall, a number of years ago, I think like 3, maybe 4 years ago, Jacob Duvall had a terrible wreck right where the hot grid empties out onto the racetrack, and flipped and skidded across the racetrack on his back, spinning like a top. And finally, his body came to a stop. The cart wrecked into the tires. His body came to a stop. He jumped out of the cart, ran up the hot grid, and jumped in his next cart because he had to come out for the next race. Also, he's entered in 2 races. And I first of all, I was scared to death. I thought he was hurt. Second of all, I laughed so hard when I saw him run across the track and up to the hot grid to get in his next cart. So, big fan of Jacob Duvall's ever since that weekend. And we have approximately, it looks like about 89 entries in this class. So this is a big class. And the fast time once again. Ian Quinn just turned purple. Ian Quinn, 53.287. Eli Fox, second fast. Addison Ianello, third fast so far. Jacob Duvall, I was just talking about Jacob Duvall. He just turned purple. So Jacob Duvall is fast now, 53.224. So Jacob Duvall just set fast time so far. Eli Fox, Ian Quinn, Addison Ianello, fourth fast. Austin Speck, fifth fast. Ben Gaunt, Colin Miller, Presley Whitney, Katie Janchuk, and Bryce Frank are your top 10 so far. David Vasquez came in from California. He's 13th fast so far. It's always nice to see David. We used to only see him at Grands, and now he's making a few other races, so it's always nice to have David. I think I saw him, was it New Orleans or Jacksonville? I think I saw him somewhere else. Anyway, we have Carson Bartlett out there, Chase St. Clair, Kyle Callahan, Stephen Masterson. So Jacob Duvall is still fast so far, 53.224. And you can watch the action going around the track. A little bit of spray coming up from the tires, but nothing real serious. And every once in a while you see them hit a puddle, and then a little bit more spray will come up. You can see the NASCAR track in the background, the super speedway. And it has some high banking. You have no idea how steep that is. Anybody who's never been here, you'd be shocked at just how steep that is. And I know this isn't even the steepest one. I think the steepest one is probably Bristol. And then I think Daytona might be right up there somewhere too. But this one will get your attention, no doubt about it. I was fortunate enough to be able to tour the facilities last year. And I got to see some really cool things. The NASCAR control center and a bunch of other stuff go up on the roof. And so I think there's not too many people that have been up there, and I was really, really fortunate. So I appreciate that from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Once again, Jacob Duval is fast, 53.113. He's in the cart number 51, by the way. Yeah, let me see everybody going by. Number 95 is Ben Gaunt. So if you want to follow along, I strongly suggest looking up on Race Hero. And we're broadcasting on Kart Chaser. Checkered flag is out. And there we go. Gaunt is very happy. Everybody's supposed to put their hand up. Most don't do it as extreme. Yeah, he's waving to somebody. Okay, definitely. So. And you can see all over that track, all kinds of corner workers or whatever, all the people that make this work. So as soon as a checkered flag comes out, head flagman Ryan waves a checkered flag. All the corner workers wave a yellow, signifying that that practice session or that warm-up session is over. There's a very flat part of the super speedway, and you can see all the gray boxes there going across the center screen. That's the Musco lighting, and it all points towards the NASCAR track. So that doesn't do us any good when we come here at night. So we had to bring in, I think we've got 80 lights around the racetrack, portable lights as a portable generator or whatever. So, but yeah, there's a little, oh, we got something on the track. That's what the cameraman sees. Okay. There's some debris on the track. It looks like, is that tire debris? Did somebody blow up a tire? I'm not sure what that is, but the cameraman spotted something out there. I'm not sure what we have on the track, but yeah. We got the track pickup trailer, the rescue trailer going out there right now. There's at least one cart I see, but yeah. There's a picture of the Jumbotron, some of the oh, you can see the pits. Okay, so the close on the screen there is the actual kart track, and then in the background you see the pits, and that building on the right-hand side, very center of the screen, but way on the right-hand side, is a broadcast booth. That's what I'm in right now, and I can unfortunately only see out the front side of it, not the back side, but you can see the water tower and the Jumbotron and all the advertising going on. Yeah, and there's a good shot of, I think that's between turn 3 and 4 on the NASCAR Super Speedway. And yeah, okay, so that's the start-finish line. You see where the flagman is standing there. It's right at the scoring loop. So the last corner before the start-finish line is a right-hander, and then you got a little bit of a short straight. And a number of years ago, we had, I think they were juniors at the time. It was Addison Ionello and Christopher McKeithen, and they were dating each other at the time, too, which is just hilarious. And I'm sorry, I don't want to pick on you guys, but Mom told me the story years ago, and I still love it. So they just put on a fantastic battle, Addison Ionello and Christopher McKeithen. Just a great battle all race long. And they come right to the end of the race. That right-hand corner that you can see right there. Yeah, and they took each other out in third place, won the race. And I just laughed so hard. I think, what a great story. What a great human interest story. And the both of them are still racing. They're not dating anymore, but they're still racing, and they're still both fantastic. Either one of them could certainly win. And they're both seniors now. They're no longer in the junior class. So here comes our next group. And this should be senior medium. So let's see who's out there. It looks like we've got Jacob Duval, Eli Fax, Addison Ionello, Ian Quinn, Austin Speck, Ben Gaunt, That's all the people that were. Let's see who's coming out. No, I'm sorry. Okay, the ones that are coming out now are Eli Warren, Harbor Das, Mason Rick, Harrison Browning, Rick Lilith, Colin Warren, Junior Downs, Michael Gay, Elmer Edmondson, Jacob Schneider, Connor Zillett should be out there right now, Brent Cruz, there's a couple of names everybody knows, AJ Roderick, Ryan Archambault, Paulie Massimino, Cooper Reddick, Hudson Brown, Steven Eisert, Jack Sutton, Cole Enger, Braden Heber, Brady Atwood, Jack DeLucci, Max Trammell, Eric Fagan, Brandon Jarsokrak, Scott Kleeman. So that's just a few of the people that are going out now, and times are just starting to come in. And who's fast so far? Owen Lloyd, look at there. Waycross Georgia's own Owen Lloyd, number 119, is fast so far. He came out with a second group. Jacob Duvall was fast. Owen Lloyd came out with a second group, and he's already set fast time, 52.953. So he's only one that's in the 52-second area is Owen Lloyd so far. The fastest time in the first group was Jacob Duvall. So Owen Lloyd is your fast driver so far. Eli Fox, third fast. Addison Ianello, fourth fast. I was mentioning Addison earlier, and she's certainly capable of winning any of these races. Ian Quinn. And we're just
trying to get a good point
looking at the screen.
Okay. Yeah, once it comes back to the other cameras, we'll get a better view.
Oh, he's holding.
He pulled out. Never mind.
Here.
All good. Wheeler was driving, like holding the motor or something, but he just pulled out, so we weren't sure.
There he is. Okay, so I'm just being told that reporters are telling me that Wheeler was holding the engine on. Apparently, they had a motor mount come loose or something. I'm not sure, but he was holding the engine on. Yeah, and that's really difficult to do. Oh, somebody almost goes in the tires there. Okay. So, yeah, Wheeler had to hold his engine on. He did exit the track now. He went into the pits, but he was actually holding his engine on next to him. He's driving with his left hand and holding the engine with his right hand. So, yeah. Everybody's behaving themselves pretty well. There's not much. Nobody's getting antsy or doing anything stupid so far, which is really nice to see.
Right now. Right there, that's the one they got you.
And as you can see on the racetrack, no, those rumble strips that they're going over, the red and white stripes we just saw, they're pretty violent, actually. They don't look like it, but they're actually pretty violent, and most tracks are pretty much worn out. So many carts have hit them that they've actually worn. It's a concrete, they call them gators or rumble strips or whatever. Most tracks are worn out and the paint is gone, whatever. Charlotte Motor Speedway keeps them just pristine. We're so happy to see that. Everything is freshly painted for us here. The entire facility, the property, everything. So Charlotte is doing a really good job of making us feel welcome, and we're happy to be here at Cup Karts North America. That's why we have 500 plus entries, because Charlotte treats us well, and we do everything we can to treat the drivers and racers and teams well, and we're just happy to be able to do this. How fun is this? Racing Cup Karts North America, this huge event at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. I may call it Charlotte, North Carolina later on occasionally. So, yeah. Every once in a while you can see an orange tint over there by the hot grid. That's the tech tent. That's where all the tech officials reside and do their thing. And there's a couple of Vega tire. There's a trailer on site and there's a U-Haul on site that they brought all the tires from Florida, from I think Bushnell area, Bushnell, Central Florida, somewhere near Ocala or something. So that's where all our tires come from. They import them, and then that's the distribution area, and they bring them up here. And that's a Tony kart, obviously. You can see somebody with a green suit. Tony kart, there's a few Tony karts here. There's all kinds of different chassis. So a couple of people look at each other, and so far it's just fairly relaxed, driving around or whatever. You can see there's a pretty violent bumper I hadn't noticed before, so a camera crew just got that. I wasn't aware of that. I did not get a chance. I don't have my pit bike. My pit bike, I got electric pit bike that I generally bring to all the races, and my battery went dead. And a new battery was like $139, and I pouted for a while. So when I finally broke down and bought a new battery, it was delivered, of course, the day that I hit the road, that same around noon that day. And I left at 7 a.m. So it's my own fault. So I'm walking. So I probably walked 10 miles so far this weekend, I think, because it's a pretty massive facility. And the checkered flag is out, and that's going to do it for our morning warm-up session. We're going to have a mandatory drivers meeting in 10 minutes. And for the people on site, if you've ever been to any kind of event, NASCAR, whatever, and there's a drivers meeting, and you always wonder, hey, I wonder what they're talking about at the drivers meeting. Well, everybody's welcome to the drivers meeting at Cup Kart, so make sure you come to the drivers meeting and listen in and give your input and whatever. And we're going to, Cup Cards gives away the most fabulous door prizes you can ever imagine. I don't know what we have this weekend, but I'm sure it's something truly, truly wonderful. And the big joke is we always give away a barrel of cheese balls or two. And, people win many, many $100 prizes, but they always want to win the cheese balls. That's the most desirable prize. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with qualifying at 10:45 Eastern. So this is Kart Chaser, and we're happy to have you on board. Hey, we're back broadcasting worldwide with Kart Chaser. This is Cup Karts North America 2024 Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're very, very happy to be here. This is, like I say, Cup Karts. Hey, if you got any friends at home that are interested in watching this live, the audio and the video, it's Kart Chaser, KARTCHASER. And you can watch it on your computer, on your phone. I think if you got a smart TV, you can pick it up there. So, and we might be at YouTube or something like that too. I'm not sure, but anyway, Kart Chaser for sure. It's a free app, and don't forget we've got a 10% off. Use shipping code SPRING10 to purchase a discount on shopakr.com. Shopakr.com. It's on your screen right now. 10% off. Use code SPRING10, and there's a URL, I think they call it. I don't know, whatever that is. Anyway, QR, yeah, QR something, yeah. So make sure you take full advantage of that. But we are in Charlotte, North Carolina, or actually Concord, North Carolina, Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're sitting in the infield right now, looking out at the kart track, and beyond that is all the NASCAR grandstands. This is a fabulous facility, and we're so excited to be here. This is, I believe, our 4th year here, and it's just a hoot and a holler. We have 500 plus entries this weekend. We're very, very happy with that. We have approximately 90 of those from Canada. So first of all, I'm going to challenge all my Americans to come up to Canada and see if you can match anything the Canadians do. 90 entries here this weekend. So I challenge my Americans, my United States people, to go to Canada to attend any event and see if we can get 90 Americans up there. I don't think it can be done. So this is a personal challenge to my U.S. counterparts here. The Canadians are very good about attending this, and we're very happy to have them. So we're going to get started just a moment here. This is RLV sponsored hot fastest lap qualifying. I always call it hot lap qualifying. It's going to be 4 laps long. Everybody will go out. The junior class is so big that we split it into thirds. So it's going to be the bottom third, middle third, top third. Same with the senior heavy in thirds. And then we got cadets is going to be split in half and so on and so forth. So I'll explain that as we go on. But everybody gets to go 4 laps out there. They're timed laps. We're looking for one super fast one. It don't matter if it's first, second, third, fourth, or all 4. But that will dictate your starting position in the heat race or round 1, which is a 10-lap race at 2 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. So it's real important to get a fast lap. One fast lap in fast lap qualifying, sponsored by RLV. And I did see Miranda. I know Miranda's on site from RLV, so I was very happy to see her. She made a point of taking a second out of her busy schedule to come say hi to me, and I truly appreciate that. Miranda comes from California. So RLV has been a sponsor of ours, I think, since day one. I really do. As long as I can remember, I think RLV has been a sponsor, and we so much appreciate their sponsorship. Our presenting sponsor this weekend is Odenthal Racing Products, and I'm a huge fan of that. And anybody who's ever had a camera mount from Odenthal constantly tells me it's the best they've ever seen. So we're very happy with that. We're very happy to have Odenthal. They were also our presenting sponsor at the Grands, our CKNA Grand National Championships in 2023 at Newcastle Motorsports Park in Newcastle, Indiana. And that event, we also had over 500 entries. I think we're like 514 or 517, something like that. And we're just a tad over 500. I think the last I saw is 501 here, and I'm not sure if that's official yet. But anytime you can get 500 plus parts with the same engine is just amazing. Every single one of these people coming out today have the identical same engine, all 500 plus entries. That goes from a kid karts, 5-year-old kid karts, all the way up to 75-year-old Legends class. They're all the same engine. Now, the kid karts are restricted, of course, to slow them down just a little bit, but it's the very same engine, a fantastic engine built by Briggs & Stratton Racing Development. Briggs is on site. I saw Kyle earlier, and Dan and the gang over there. So we're very, very happy to have Briggs on site representing, and we're just going to have a fantastic day. Once again, the juniors are split into 3 groups. So it's going to be the bottom third, the middle third, and the top third. After that, kid karts, then the senior heavy will be 3 groups, cadet 2 groups, legends 2 groups. Let's see, I'm looking on the list. Senior light is 3 groups. Sportsman is 2 groups, Masters is 3 groups, and Senior Medium is 3 groups. So that's how it's going to go. And occasionally you'll see in the lower right of your screen, I believe, a discount for some different products. And AKR, I think, karting was the last one that showed up. I think we're going to see something for SimCraft. And this is Kart Chaser, by the way. And if you or any other kind of organization and you're at all interested in having Kart Chaser work with you, I heavily promote them. They are just fantastic to work with. Their camera work is second to none. The floor director, everybody that we're working with in here is just fantastic. It's Tony and I, and Tony Cirillo is going to be on in just a minute here. He's going through some paperwork and whatever. Tony Cirillo is from Long Island. So I'm from northern Minnesota up by the Canadian border. So I sound like an absolute northern Minnesotan. Every stereotype you see on that movie Fargo or whatever, yeah, that's me. That's truly my family. That's not an exaggeration. That's exactly how we sound. And Tony's from Long Island, so he's got that Italian Long Island, whatever. So we're going to sound just hilarious together. And I've worked with Tony a number of times. I always appreciate it. Tony is just a consummate professional, and I'm very, very happy to be working with Tony. My name is Dave Mack, by the way, and we're going to get started here. I'm not sure what's going on the hot grid. We usually don't fall behind like this, but we're kind of falling behind right away. It looks like everybody's ready down there. The track is just a tad over 1 mile. I believe it's 14 corners. Somewhere in my paperwork, I'll find the actual statistics on it. But once again, over 500 entries here, all on the same 4-stroke motor. That's just amazing. So this has absolutely exploded, this Cup Karts North America, and specifically this event, but all of our events. A little while ago, we were at Jacksonville, Florida. And it's a divisional race and our race weekend. And when we had 188 entries at Jacksonville, which is fantastic. Before that, we were at NOLA, New Orleans Motorsports Park, and we had a real good turnout there. So I think it's going to be a fantastic year. If you have any interest in seeing a kart race, all you need is a wristband and you can go anywhere on the property. And we are going to be all over the country and Canada. So we will be to a racetrack near you sometime. Tony, I'm very fortunate enough, Tony the Toe that I'm sitting next to here, Tony Cirillo, is the actual promoter of the Northeast Series. Cup Karts now has 4 regions. We've got the South, where we start usually in the winter. And that's around Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, stuff like that when it's too cold back north. And then we kind of slowly head our way north. We've got the North Series, the Northeast Series, which once again, like I say, Tony is the promoter of that. And the Canadian Series with Gerald Casely and Marie Casely, and they're on site here. They're the promoters of the Canadian Series. So, good.
All right. Thanks, Dave, for that introduction. And yeah, this is Tony the Toe Cirillo. Yeah, Long Island right now, but it was Brooklyn back where I was brought up, on 33rd Street and 4th Avenue. So, but that's hopefully you don't pick that up in my accent and you understand what I'm saying. So, but I got Dave here to keep me straight. So we talk about the Northeast Series that I'm running and for CKNA, and that's coming up. We got a real good challenge for the karters today, and I offered that out to all the karters to take this challenge. We got 3 we picked 3 races this year. And I wanted to give racers a chance to race locally or go to other events. So we just wanted to make it a 3-race series. You're allowed to drop 1 event if you can't make one of the days. So that was the purpose of that. But the first race will be at the Baltimore-Washington International Airport. So that's the challenge I'm offering to all karters. It's a new venue for us. It's not a kart track that was built for karts. It's set up on a parking lot. We know other organizations run on parking lots. This will be the first time that CKNA will get to a parking lot race, and we hope for some real great competition there. Maybe everybody will be on a level playing field. So there's going to be things that people have to think about. But NASCAR went to the streets in Chicago. We're going to the Baltimore International Airport. And I think that's going to be a great place to hold a big race like this, the CKNA. And then, of course, we go to New Jersey Motorsport Park. Everybody loved it last year. We're back there. And then our last race will be at OVRP, Oakland Valley Raceway. That is a typical kart track. Lynn Haddock, one of the legends of karters, was the guy involved in setting that kart track up. Yeah, it has been changed a little, but it's still pretty much the same. And that is an original kart track in New York. So I think we have a good 3-race challenge. And the big thing is, in the middle of all of that, in July 26 to 28, CKNA finally goes to a full year of national races. We got the Winter National. We got right here the Spring National. And now we're going to have a Summer National at Pitt International Raceway, Pittsburgh International Raceway. For your old timers out there like me, it was called Beaver Run back in the day. So that is the Wilson track there. That will prepare drivers who have never been to the Grands to get to that track. That'll prepare you for what you're going to be in for when you get to the Grands in October. So CKNA goes to a year-wide schedule now. All right, so now we'll get ready for time trials, right, Dave?
Yep, this is the junior class, hot lap qualifying junior class, bottom 1/3. And all that means is it's the ones who weren't quite as fast as the rest of them. So there's a bottom 1/3, and it looks like we're going to have a pretty good turnout. Total entries for the junior class looks like 77 total entries. So I think we'll take about 25, roughly 26, maybe.
Right.
And everybody's coming out just warming up their tires. The track was wet, just horribly wet. I mean, really, really bad news wet yesterday. Cold and windy and just terrible. The track is drying up right now. Last I heard, and I haven't heard anything differently, so last I heard is driver option on rains versus slicks. And I think that's still holding true,
yes.
But when I get you're verifying. Okay,
Tony
driver's
does option.
Yep, okay. And I suspect it looks like they're on rains. They're going by pretty quick and you can't really see, but I think they may be on rains. So let's see how this all pans out. I think the correct choice would be slicks right now, but I was really a bad racer, so don't trust me. I didn't know anything. I wasn't smart enough to do the good stuff. So once again, this is hot lap qualifying. Caleb Tarter is fast so far. He got a 53.815. So Caleb Tarter, Cade Yeager, Will Wilkie, Joseph Peterson, and Alyssa Vescoku. So, and by the way, Will Wilkie's dad, Fritz, does have his book, Branding Speed, on sale. You could look it up online, or you could buy a copy if you're right here. If you're somewhere back home, you could look it up online. It's $20 for a signed copy from Fritz Wilkie. It's called Branding Speed. Yeah, it's very, very informative.
Okay, so Dave, like you said, these are what we try to put them in position so they don't get in anybody's way. These are what we would feel would be the slower karts, but because of the weather, you never know. Somebody might not have just had a good we were underwater yesterday, yes. So somebody might not have had a good qualifying, or they chose to sit it out altogether. They didn't come to that last practice where we call it happy hour, and you might see somebody. So don't ever count that somebody in this pack might be one of your top racers out there or get a top position once we get to the first heat race.
Yeah, in fact, case in point, number 29, the fastest kart out there right now, Porter Trudell, traditionally finishes the top 10 or top 5 of any race. So,
okay, see, right there.
Exactly what you just said, Tony.
Right, so the number 29, a Porter Trudell with a, what has he got, a 53.343? That's his fastest lap.
Yep.
He's sitting at the top. Caleb Tarter with a 53.447. Was in second. He dropped to third as Walker Yarnut has taken over that second place position right now. 53.447 for the number 122. So we got Trudell, Yarmut. Oh, and wait, Cade Yeager comes up 64. With a 51. He breaks into the 51 second bracket. And what a run by Cade Yeager. He breaks into the 51 second bracket. We got Caleb Tarter now with a 528. Porter Trudell with a 53.343. Walker Yarnut drops to fourth. Alessa Vascu. You can help me there.
I'm sorry, I'd like to.
Ethan Leroy moves up into fourth. Walker Yarnut drops to fifth. Alyssa drops to sixth. Randy Harvey in seventh. Logan Stockdale in eighth. Nicholas Capolongo gets ninth. And right now, Joseph Shepard runs in the top 10. So right now, the person to beat, who's right now sitting on the pole, will be the number 64 of Cade Yeager. He broke into the 51 second bracket. Wait a minute. Cade Yeager, 51.388. Good run by Cade. Outside pole right now is the number 5 of Caleb Tarter. He's got a 52.630. Now remember, like Dave said, we got 2 more groups to qualify. Am I right in this one?
Yes, you are absolutely correct. We're splitting this in thirds. Cade Yeager's all the way from Wisconsin, which I love seeing. Cade Yeager, Porter Trudell, I know are both from Wisconsin. So they kind of got a pretty good haul. I know there's some people here from Washington State and whatever. Yep. Nobody from Utah yet, though, Tony.
No, nobody from Utah.
You know my obsession with Utah.
I think we got somebody from California.
Yeah, a bunch of Californians, yes. So, yeah, in fact, they're staying at our hotel last night.
Right. Okay, so this is a big, big race. I mean, for any driver, no matter what position you fit into here, at the end of the day and the end of the weekend, you've come to the Spring Nationals and you competed against the best 206 racers in the country and maybe in Canada as well. With the amount of Canadians we got at this race, you beat everybody in North America. And that's why it's called Cup Karts of North America.
Yep. And Cade Yeager, his time does hold up. He did take the pole so far, like you say, Tony, because this
we
is
got
only
2
one
more
third.
groups.
Yeah.
But right now, Yeager's in the 51-second bracket. Will we see a 50-second bracket? I predict we will. I believe we will get faster. But we will. I didn't see that.
So we're just going to roll into a commercial break here between classes, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you for watching Kart Chaser. Tell your friends.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Okay, welcome back to Kart Chaser. This is Cup Karts North America at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're going to have the middle third of the junior class come out in just a moment. The bottom third was just out. Your fast time so far was Cade Yeager, 51.388. Middle third is coming up next, and after that will be the top third of the junior class.
Yeah, so once again, Dave, the conditions here kind of in between. I mean, like you said, we're not racers anymore and stuff. I would think I would go out on slicks and take that chance. I would go out on slicks and have the right setup for slicks. If I went out on rain tires at this point, I would go out with the rain tires, but with a dry setup. Because the rain tires are really going to be sticky, I believe. And for time trials, it'll be fine. I think for heats, you got to be on slicks unless we get moisture. But if everything stays the way it is, for time trials, you might get away with rain tires where you're not going to burn them up. You're going to get a good lap. But I would go out with a dry setup, not a wet setup.
Yeah,
it is not that wet out there, and I'm seeing a lot of dry spots. So
I absolutely agree with you, Tony. I would too, but I always did run slicks, even in the rain. So,
Well, back when I raced, we didn't race in the rain. Well, we didn't race in the rain. We called it quits for the day.
Sure.
So, but yeah, interesting here that the track looks pretty good. Charlotte did a great job. They sent around the sweeper. They sent around the blower. They sent around the dragger that dragged around, and I think they got it in pretty good shape. So I know there's still some water running across the track in certain points, and that's going to be the part that people on slicks will really have to be careful. So now we got the second group coming out. Remember, the time to beat right now is the number 64 of Kate Jaeger. He's got a 51.388. I predict by the third group, or even maybe this group, we will get down into the 52nd bracket and maybe better. But right now, 51.388 is the time to beat. Porter Trudell sitting on the outside pole, 52.535. But we got two more, this group and another group yet to qualify in junior.
That's a pretty bold prediction there, Tony. I don't mean to be argumentative, but I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think
that's why you're here. That's why you're here.
I don't think we're going to get in the 5-0s.
Okay.
That just seems like too fast.
Keep me honest.
And Kate Yeager is always fast. So.
Yeah, he's fast. So that and like I said, don't expect that the first group that goes out and qualify, they might be the slower karts, but there could be somebody in there that did not race yesterday or did not practice yesterday, and they were put in that group. So, and they're ready today to go, and they know what the setup is here for Charlotte. They maybe been here before last year at our Spring Nationals. So we'll see.
And it looks like we got somebody right at the hot grid that went into the tire barrier. So
that is a problem there. We had a problem yesterday with that. We actually had to stop the program to fix that barrier, and I'm hoping it doesn't happen again today. But they're coming out. They're coming down that straightaway pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah, it's NASCAR turn 4 basically. Right inside that, and it looks like the driver's okay and everybody gets out okay. So I think we're okay in that corner now. So once again, your leader, of course, is Kate Yeager from the other session. Sebastian Day is up to second fast, 51.852. Max Francacelli just went third fast. Ryan Sukina fourth fast. Porter Trudell fifth fast. Porter was in the first group too. Then we got Holden Harder, Ryder Brown, Caleb Tarter, Jordan Klein from Parrington Automotive up in upstate New York. So we're happy to have Jordan Klein running so well.
So they.
Okay, so we're just watching the sheet here, and unfortunately or fortunately for Tony, he won. We have somebody in the 5-0. What do you got there, Tony?
Yeah, Sebastian Day, car number 210 right now, takes the pole away. He gets a 55.72. Outside pole is going to be Brandy Shad. He's number 865. He turns a 56.14. So I said, we're going to break into that 52nd bracket. Will we get out of that? That one, I'm going to stick with Dave. That might be the best we're going to get, but I think we're going to get lower down into that 52nd bracket. Ryan Sukina, now Ryder Brown moves up to third. Ryan Sukina drops to fourth. Mac Franciselli, fifth. And Holden Harder, one of our top runners, Holden Harder, back in sixth. And those are all 51 seconds. The only two karts are, wait a minute, we got two karts. In the 50,
5-0s,
we got 3,
4, 5.
Oh, now we're seeing more now. We're all the way down to fifth place that they are in the 52nd bracket. Ryan Sukiya, who's in sixth, he's got the 51.148. But right now, you want to run with the top dogs, you got to be in that 52nd bracket.
Yes.
That's where you got to be.
And supposedly the fast ones haven't even come out yet.
Yeah,
that's
supposedly come out.
But look at some of them names:
right.
Brady Shad and that, all these people. Wow.
So right now, what I'm gonna go on a limb here because we got a 50.10. I'm saying we're breaking into the 49.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tony. And I said we're not going to make 50. Oh my God, am I wrong?
So we're going to break into the 49s at this point. So right now we're at a 51.09 on the verge of breaking into the 49-second bracket. Sebastian Day outside pole right now with a 55.72. Lucas Trek in number 52. He's got a 50.649. Ryder Brown with a 56.90. And, man, we got a lot of them in the 52nd bracket. We go all the way down to 8th place. Thomas Nichols, he turned a 59.32. Holden Harder in 7th with a 59.09. Hudson Jack Erlin, he's got a 58.42. Max Francicelli, he's got a 57.96. Ryder Brown with a 56.90.
The Hudson Jack, he's one of our Canadian national champions from the past, and Hudson Jack is always fast. But that Brady Shad, 50.109. Yeah. And you can follow along with us. You can look at the same things Tony and I are looking at on Race Hero this weekend. So it's a free app, and just get that. It doesn't like my phone for some reason. It says my phone is too new, or its software is too old or something, but there's ways to get around that. So, yeah. That's a shot right now, your TV shot of the hot grid, and they start them out diagonally because we just have so many carts on the grid, and here they come. This is supposedly the fastest group, Tony.
This is supposedly the fastest group, and this will be the final. So whoever turns the fast time, if Brady Shad holds on to that 50 and nobody beats that 51.09, he will stay on the pole. But I predict we're going to get into the 49-second bracket at this point. The conditions are getting a little better. That's one thing. And these are supposedly our faster drivers. And I believe since now we've been through two groups, this is the third and final group. This is it. It's not going to be somebody who was sandbagging or sleeping or didn't make yesterday. This is it.
And I suspect that the track is getting more advantageous.
No, that's what I said. The track is getting better. So that's going to increase these times.
So let's see how we all come out. So far, Brady Shad is still the fast time, 50.109.
I see we got the number 56. He's already out, pushing his cart back to the hot grid. Tough break for the number 56. I'm not sure who that is, but the number 56, tough break for the 56.
How unfortunate, because hot lap qualifying is important.
You talk about important. This is a 500. There's 500 people here. Lucas Franklin.
Oh, okay. That's who broke down. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So, it is so important how you qualify in an event like this. But like I'm telling all karters, especially if they're first time coming to a big event like this, you will learn a lot no matter where you finish. And you could say, I raced the SpringNationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
That's a good point, Tony. It never ceases to amaze me how many brand new racers. This is my first race ever, my first race with Cup carts. Yeah, but I went at home on my rental track all the time. I beat all 4 or 5 other cars. Well, this is kind of a whole different story, and we're very, very happy to have you here racing the SpringNationals,
right?
But don't expect too much of your kid, please, parents. Don't expect too much. This is the best in multiple countries.
I think we're going to start picking up some times now. Right. And we're already breaking into the 49-second bracket. Number 811, Christopher Wakefield, gets a 49.703. He breaks into the 49-second bracket.
He just got bested. Isaac
he just got bested him. And Isaac Malkiewicz. Yep. He gets a 49.190. I should know Hewitt because I work for Columbia University Information Technology, CUIT. But number 75, Isaac Malkiewicz, got a 49.190. So he sits on the pole. Wakefield on the outside pole. Sam Tutwiler, he's got a Tutwiler with a 49.770. Nathan Dupree with a 50.070. So you got to be in the 49-second. White flag is out. Can Isaac Malakut hold on to that position? Carter McMurray now comes up with a 49.194. Goes to the outside pole. Oh, man, McMurray comes back. Now Isaac Malakut got a 48. He breaks into the 48-second bracket. What a run by Malkiewicz. He gets a 48.492. Henry Taylor comes up with a 49.061, moves it to 8th place. Nathan Dupree gets 3rd. Carter McMurray drops to 4th. Sam Tutwiler gets a 49.256 in 5th. Those are your top 5.
And all those names you mentioned have only completed 3 laps. They got 1 more lap to go, so that's going to change some more.
I'm saying here, Isaac Malkiewicz has a 48.492. That's the time to beat right now. Oh, Christopher Wakefield comes with a 48.942. Puts him on the outside. Oh, he ties him We got a tie.
Oh, look at that.
And McMurray, 48.945.
Malkiewicz just bested him, though.
Oh, Malkiewicz just turned a 48.436. We had a tie there, but Malkiewicz ended that.
McMurray still in third.
McMurray holding on to that third spot with a 48.945. What a run in junior here we're having here. Malkiewicz with a 48.436. That is the guy to beat. Christopher Wakefield in number 811. He's got a 48.942. And the number 840 of Carter McMurray with a 48.945. McMurray holding on to the top three. Sam Tutwiler, he's in fourth. Henry Taylor in fifth. J.J. O'Neill gets sixth. Nathan Dupree drops back to seventh. Braden Dumont in eighth. Jacob Scheibele, he gets in ninth. And Oliver Paludo in the top 10. What a run.
Keep in mind, all three groups went out. All three of the junior groups have gone out. So this is official. You're officially fast time is Isaac Malkiewicz. Congratulations, Isaac, number 75. He ran a 48.436. Yep. Just like I said, Tony, we'll never hit 50. Shows what I know. So, that was very exciting. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we will be back. Thank you for watching Kart Chaser.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Okay, we're back.
All right, back with Kart Chasers, Cup Karts North America. We're thrilled to death to be here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. If you look at your screen right now, you see in the lower right, it's Shop AKR. It's Acceleration Karting, and they've got a special on. Use code SPRING10, and you get 10% off. So go frequent some of our sponsors. We very much appreciate it. We're with Kart Chaser, and anybody out there considering having Kart Chaser, they come heartily endorsed by me. Use Kart Chaser for all of your broadcasting. So we're very happy. This is Kid Karts out there right now. Kid Karts, 5, 6, and 7 years old. They have the very same engines as everybody else. They're just restricted. So Kid Karts, I don't know. I'm not even going to guess at a number on these now, Tony.
Yeah, I don't know, but these Kid Karts are amazing, and they're our future racers, and we appreciate that their parents brought them to this event, and every CKN event where, you go to some tracks, they got 3 Kid Karts maybe running. Here, look at how many we have, and that is just unbelievable. And some of them have come a long distance to be here. So we appreciate that. We thank them. We thank the parents for bringing their kid karts here and get them the experience of running one of the best racetracks in the United States, the Charlotte Motor Speedway kart track. And as Charlotte likes to call it, America's home for racing.
And I always like to explain to people, these are 5, 6, and 7 years old. I remember, like, my little brother, when we'd go to Grandma's house for Thanksgiving dinner, my little brother at 5, 6, 7 years old could not walk down the hallway without bouncing off both sides, right? These kids are racing open-wheel race cars
and they're not
at
bumping.
that same age. And they're going faster than you can drive on a city street. They would be exceeding the speed limit. They get a speeding ticket if they were on a city street, and they're racing side by side and cleanly.
No, and you know what? They listen better than the adults sometimes.
Yeah, you are absolutely right.
When you tell them something. So they do a great job, and you just can't believe that these people, they start at 5, right?
5, yep.
So unbelievable.
Yeah. And every once in a while, there's somebody and they get out of their cart. You see them racing around. They get out of their cart and they're about as high as my knee or something. And I was like, really? And our favorite scoring lady, Megan, down here, calls them Formula Helmet because they've got a big head.
Helmet.
Yeah, and all you see is this massive helmet with 2 little legs sticking out, walking away. So, these are fun. I know Diesel Maxwell is out there as one of the kid carts.
Well, right now we got Grant Heckman in the number 222. He turns a minute 7:76. I'm just going to go to a minute 7:7 at this point. Spencer Height, number 31, up in that second place position with a minute 01. So a good run by Heckman. He's basically a minute flat. He's got a minute 7:68, and Grant Heckman now comes up with a minute 7:76 right there, right on Height's back bumper.
And Spencer Height is always very fast. He's been racing with us for a couple of years.
And he travels through a lot of the races. Nathan Stockwell in the number 32 with a minute 01.980. Levi Nason in the 5th spot right now with a 1:03. Ethan Grenier,
I'm thinking,
Yeah, 1:02. So right now, Spencer Height, the number 31, he is the person to beat with a minute .768. Grant Heckman in the 222, a minute 7:76. Look how tight even these little kids run. Nathan Stockwell with a minute 01.980. White flag is out, so there'll be one more lap remaining. We'll see if anything changes. Right now, your top 10 is Height, Heckman, Stockwell, Grenier, Nason, Santos. Oh, we got 2. Marcus Santos is in 7th. Lucas Dos Santos in 8th. Trevor Enzor
9th.
In 9th. And
Cohen Dozette
in 10th.
I see Diesel Maxwell, number 141, just moved up to 5th fast. So Diesel's on the run.
Diesel's on. You said Diesel's one of the good runners here. And Beckman Hemhill rounds up the top 12. So Spencer Height still, wait a minute. Height breaks out. He breaks into the 59 second bracket. He gets it under a minute at this point. What a run by the 31 of Spencer Height. 59.923. You want to run with Spencer? You gotta be under a minute, and he has done it. Grant Heckman with a minute flat, basically a minute 018. Nathan Stockwell with a minute 01.693. But right now, the number 31 of Spencer Height with a 59.849. What a run by Height. Oh, man. He is the guy to beat here. Spencer Height in the number 31, 59.849. Hey, if you're out there, you can turn up Kart Chaser on your phone. I know the sound system sometimes at places we go to doesn't get to everybody. So if you got a phone, you can bring up Kart Chaser and you'll hear Dave and I, and you'll see everything that's going on here, and you'll hear these times. But right now it's Spencer Height in the kid karts with a 59.849. Grant Heckman in outside pole. Levi Nason in 3rd. Nathan Stockwell in 4th. Diesel Maxwell gets into the top 5. Ethan Grenier is 6th. So those are your top 3 rows.
And these results are official. This is there's only one. This class isn't split at all.
Right.
So this is official. Next class out is senior heavy, but that is official results for kid karts. We have a total of 12 entries. I see that Beckett Hempill, number 19, did not go out. So we have 11 that went on the track, but it's a total of 12 entries today. So And congratulations to Spencer Height. You're going to start the pole in the round number 1 later on this afternoon. Spencer Height always is a previous champion of ours. And Spencer Height, it looks like he's going to do very well. Okay. Hey, we're going to have a real quick video segment video by Ashley Graff. Ashley's our social media director, and we're going to have a on the air video segment from her. So if you stick with Kart Chaser, you get to see some of Ashley's work.
Tracks they go to, they're really fun. Because it's a very fun series, and I like racing with the kids at it because it's a very hard series. These balls and mega notes.
Because I think it's the best four-cycle racing in the United States and in North America.
I really like the competitiveness of like the 206 racing.
Because it has a really high level of competition and you're racing the best of the best.
It's a great environment, and I feel like the competition here is very good.
Okay, that was a little video by Ashley Graff. I suspect there's going to be a lot more. I think she did a lot of videoing this weekend, so we'll see that. Hey, we have on the track right now, Tony, we've got the senior heavy bottom 1/3. Now, once again, just because this is supposedly the slowest, it's not really the slowest.
It might not be. Because of the conditions yesterday, I mean, it never really stopped raining. Track was really puddling up in major places. We had to actually warn drivers at one point not to take the apex in certain turns, because if they did, they probably would not make it any further. Also, concerned about ruining a lot of engines. I believe there were some engines that failed due to water intake. So it was a pretty bad day for a lot of people. But so coming back to this, like you said, this is the third group. Never count out that there might be somebody here that could go right to the front of the pack. So we'll see. And that's what time trials is all about. It puts the fast people up to the front. And this is a championship race, and that's how all championship kart races are run. So there's always qualifying. So right now, we're seeing the number 70 of Cale Martin. He's got a 49.672. George Wheeler in the 27's got a 49.861. The 08 of Colin Miller, he's up there with a 50.034. Ryan Spirowski in the number 16 with a 50.292. So, again, they're going to get down into the probably 8-second bracket by the end of this. Maybe not, because if Cale Martin is one of your fast drivers, number 70, he's got a 49.869. Oh, wait a minute. George Wheeler now comes up to the front of the pack with a 48.869. David Vasquez in the number 52 gets a 48.878. Nick Sobiak?
Yep, Wicked Nick, yep.
Yeah, thank you. Number 23, he gets a 48.882. So Nick Sobiak makes it up to the top 3. Colin Miller drops to 4th. Ryan Spirowski in 5th. Ronnie Cleese in 6th. Jesse Classie in 7th. So,
Well, I'm sorry, Tony. Yeah, so I noticed the track in front of us is dry.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the camera work and seeing, I think most of the track is dry. A number of drivers still have their rain cover over their air filter. I think I would take that off as soon as I could. But
yeah, I think they're playing it safe, because there is some water running down on the backside of the track that we can't see here, but I did see it. And that could splash up. But I would think by time racing, the heat start, you're probably not going to see those plastic covers anymore.
Yeah, and that simply is designed to keep the rain out, but it also keeps a little bit of your air intake out. So you want every advantage you can. Right. So, yeah, I'm watching for them to start taking that off. I can't tell if we are on slicks or rains, but I would sure think we're on slicks.
I would think a lot of people are on slicks, but we can't tell. Number 7, Ronnie Cleese gets a 48.684. He goes to the pole. George Wheeler in the number 27 drops to the outside pole with a 48.869. So right now it's Cleese in the number 7. He is the person to beat. He went purple on that last lap. He's a 48.684. What a run by Cleese. But remember, we got 2 more groups to qualify yet. But right now it's the number 7. Oh, Nick Sobiak.
Wicked Nick. There he is.
Wicked Nick, number 23, goes to the front of the pack with a 48.445. Number 23, Nick Sobiak, goes to the front of the pack with a 48.445. What a run by Sobiak at the last minute. Ronnie Cleese holds on to that outside pole with a 48.601. David Vasquez moves up to 3rd with a 48.684. Wheeler drops to 4th. Colin Miller back into 5th. Cale Martin in 6th, Ryan Sporowski in 7th, Rafael Leon in 8th. That's your top 8 right now, but it's Nick Sobiak in the number 23 with a 48.445. I'm thinking 47 second bracket is going to be the way to go. But Sobiak's one of our top drivers, and he turned the 48.445. You know, we could see what happens here. Ronnie Cleese right there with a 48.601. And we got 2 more groups to qualify.
2 more, yeah. This is the supposedly slow one. So, yeah. Wicked Nick, I know, is from Wisconsin. David Vasquez is California. So we have people from all over. Ronnie Cleese, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know where you're from, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I could find out. I'm going to find out sometime this weekend. But, yeah. So we have people literally from all over the United States entered this weekend.
Oh, yeah. This is a big race. And like I said, no matter where you finish in this race, if this is your first time, even if it's not your first time, you're learning something else. And once again, as Dave mentioned, they're all on the Briggs 206 motor, and we want to thank Briggs & Stratton for producing that motor to making it such a spec class that it allows everybody to have that chance to maybe win a big race. It's fair. We got a great tech here at CKNA. We have everything working the right way, and that's why you have so many karters here racing this race. Everybody has a fair chance. Basically, it's driver and setup when it comes down to the end. That's the big thing.
I can't even imagine what it would be like to be able to go home and say, you know, I won the SpringNationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I mean, how cool is that?
It is.
I would be walking up and down the street, you know, holding the trophy above my head.
And this is the first year we could see if we'll have a hat trick driver. Will he win the Winter National, Summer National, Spring National, and the Grand National? That'll be a good one. And, you know, I'll talk to CKNA. Would there be a special award if somebody turned the hat trick and won 3 of these national races out of the 4?
I hadn't even considered that. That's really...
We have some people here that ran the Winter National. Mm-hmm. Now they're running the Spring National. So if any of those winners from the Winter National can win here, that'll put 2 notches on their belt for a national series.
And I'll tell you what, we got some amazing racers here that don't only race karts. One of them in particular just won a Rolex watch a few weeks ago when he won the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Yes.
I mean, we've got some absolutely amazing people.
Yeah, he's a top driver, that kid. That kid is a wheelman, and keep an eye on him. I'm sorry I did forget his last name, but he is somebody. When his name comes up, we'll know.
Connor Zillage.
Connor, right. So he is somebody to keep an eye on. I think he's driving for MGM. Is that? I'm not sure, but we'll see. Anyway,
so this is the second group out right now. Wicked Nick is out there.
That's it's actually updated. Nobody's going faster.
So Wicked Nick is still fast. He was in the first group, but he's still fast. Ronnie Clyde, second fast. David Vasquez, third fast.
So Dave, what happened here? This is supposedly the faster group.
Yeah.
And Nick Sobiak.
I see Chris Carroll, number 12, is up to 5th.
Oh, yeah. That's number 12, Chris Carroll, with a 48.914. He's the only one approaching some of these groups that were in the first group.
Nobody's bumping out the first group at all.
No, I told you, Nick, one of our top racers, turned a 48.445, and even though I was predicting maybe they'd get into the 47 bracket, Nick might prove me wrong because he is the fastest driver right now. Ronnie Cleese right there with a 48.60. Hold on.
Chris Carroll just moved up to 4th fast.
Chris Carroll is somebody who can challenge them. Carroll's got a 48.783. So Carroll, one of the few drivers in this pack that is starting to challenge your top 3 drivers. David Vasquez, like we said, out of California, turned a 48.684, and he's not on the pole. It's Wicked Nick in the number 23 with a 48.445. I don't know if we're going to see this today, but this is the first time somebody from the third group goes and the second group qualifies and hangs on to that top position. Never mind the top position. Cleese holds on to the second position. Vasquez holds on to the third position. And Chris Carroll, the only one to challenge them, gets a 48. Oh, Carroll with a better time, 48.700, but not enough to bump Vasquez from that third spot. But Carroll will be in striking distance. Rob, we still got another group to qualify, right, Dave?
Oh, Aiden White just jumped up to third fast. Number 999, Aiden White just took over.
White now. 3. Oh, he bumps Vasquez. The number 999 of Aiden White gets a 48.646. He goes into that third place, but it's Wicked Nick Sobiak holding on to that pole position with a 48.4. 48.445. Oh, maybe my prediction they would break into the 47-second bracket is just too much for these drivers in senior heavy, but we'll see what happens. Cleese holds on to the outside pole. Aiden White comes up and challenges them, gets third. Vasquez drops to fourth. Chris Carroll puts the challenge on. He gets fifth. Ryan Bennett in sixth.
And that Chris Carroll, number 12, back in fifth fast so far. He's one of those fiercely brand loyal Coyote people.
Oh, yeah. He's Kid Coyote from back in the day.
His nickname was actually, Tony's not kidding, his nickname was Kid Coyote. And Chris Carroll, he had just a really depressing year last year. He had all kinds of problems. Problems
but he did
and
win.
he won the Grand National Championship.
Yes. So, you know, Chris was there.
So him and Olivia, his wife, were so unbelievably happy. And Grayson, their son, everybody was just thrilled for him.
No, Chris driver, you know, definitely Coyote, Kid Coyote, still holding on. He's driving for Coyote. He did get up to that fifth slot here, but we still got another group to qualify.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Move from the garage area. Okay. The garage space.
Anybody in the garages, use the roll-up garage door to push your cart out. Do not use the pedestrian door. Roll-up door, you will be removed from the property if you're caught using the pedestrian door to get your cart in and out. Use the roll-up doors only. That's a local announcement. If you can't hear me, let me know and I'll repeat it. But use the roll-up garage door only or you will be removed.
All right, we're back on the air here, and we got the third and final group to qualify in senior heavy. Third and final group, but it's Wicked Nick Sobiak holding a 48.445. He holds that top position. Ronnie Cleese held on to that outside pole right now with a 48.601. Cleese was in the first group, so was Sobiak. But Aiden White finally penetrated that group, number 999, and White gets a 48.646, and he's in third. Vasquez, who was in that first group, was in third, but got bumped to fourth. But now we got the final group, supposedly the faster drivers out there. But like I said, because of conditions yesterday, a lot of drivers might have just set it out. They did not come for that fourth happy hour, what we call it. They did not do it, but yet they know the setup here for Charlotte, and they knew by the weather report it would be dry today. So rains weren't going to help them getting their setup right without rain being in the forecast. So it was all about making sure you had your dry setup. So let's see what happens here. Can Nick Sobiak hold on that pole position with a 48.445? It will be. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just looking down through the list, see who potentially is down there. I see Eric Fagan's name comes to mind right away.
Fagan's a contender, definitely. Absolutely. You know that. Fagan's a contender.
Daryl Moglia, making more. There's a bunch of names down there that, they could cause trouble for Wicked Nick. So.
Yeah, Wicked Nick holding on. Yeah. He's from Wisconsin?
He is from Wisconsin. You are correct. And his twin sister works for us. Has worked for us forever. Okay. That's Maddie. In the registration trailer or whatever.
Okay.
That's Maddie. Okay. She's right here. I just looked out. She's sitting in here. And I'll tell a story later on about Wicked Nick and Maddie many years ago when I first met them. What the heck? I'll tell you. I'll say right now. So I thought they were brother and boyfriend and girlfriend. And she just dotes on him. I mean, she just treats him so well, carries his helmet, starts his cart, whatever. It was like a year before I found out that they are actually twins.
And twins.
Yes.
All right. Aitken gets a 48.805, puts him up in that seventh place position. Number 11, Colin Aitken, gets a 48.805, but Wicked Nick holding on with a 48.445. Ronnie Cleese holding on with a 48.601. Aiden White. Oh, Mo comes up.
Second.
Mo to 107 of Elmer Edmondson. Mo Edmondson gets a 48.583. That puts him on the and now hold on for the 030 of Sean Meyer out of Florida. Gets a 48.545, but he doesn't bump.
Wicked Nick is still on top.
Sean Meyer now in the second place. Mo Edmondson in third. Colin Aiken in fourth. Ronnie Cleese back to fifth. Well, let's hang on here because Meyer and Mo Edmondson definitely, and Aiken, any one of those drivers could bump Sobiak from the pole. White flag is out. Let's see what happens. Sobiak holding on with a 48.445. Sean Meyer in the 030, 48.545. And Mo Edmondson with a 48. Here we go. So the number 107 of Mo Edmondson out of MGM gets a 48.294 and grabs the pole away from Sobiak. But hang on because I believe Meyer might still have a lap left here. We'll see what happens. And now, wait a minute. Owen Lloyd in the 119 takes the pole away out of Georgia. He gets a 48.282. He is your new pole sitter. Mo drops to second. Nick Sobiak in third. Sean Meyer in fourth. Colin Aiken in fifth. Ronnie Cleese in sixth. Owen Lloyd out of MGM, number 119, 48.282. Elmer Edmondson, it's a front row MGM right now. Lloyd and Edmondson, 48.282 for Owen Lloyd. He comes back at the end and takes the pole. Elmer Edmondson, Mo Edmondson gets second. Nick Sobiak, what a run by Nick. I give him credit. He was in the first group. He gets third. Sean Meyer fourth. Colin Aiken fifth. And Ronnie Cleese in the top six.
And that is official, Tony. They've all come across. And we're going to take a real quick break, and we'll be back shortly. Thanks for watching Kart Chaser.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
You need it? We got it. At Kart Eat Parts, we are your complete online aftermarket kart part superstore. From chains to bearings to bumpers and components, we've got it in stock and ready to ship straight to your door from our base in Ontario, Canada. Check us out online at karteparts.ca.
Okay, so this is Kart Chaser again. This is Cup Karts North America, CKNA at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we're bringing you the RLV-sponsored Fastest Lap Qualifying for the event this year. This is the SpringNationals. Next up is going to be the cadet class. We're going to split that in half, bottom half and the top half. Hey, how about that wicked Nick Sobiak? He came from the first group, or the slowest group, all the way to the lead until the very last lap of the very last session of the very last group. And then Elmer Edmondson and Owen Lloyd both bested him. Owen Lloyd, of course, from Waycross, Georgia. His family owns South Georgia Karting. He's a boy from South Georgia, and we're just really happy. Owen Lloyd has been racing with us for a number of years. He's got twin older brothers, and they used to be so dominant. And they both kind of got out of the sport a little bit. They're so busy with it. They've got a lawnmower business and a karting business in Waycross, Georgia. So Owen Lloyd is traveling all over the country with us. Owen Lloyd shows up everywhere. In fact, for his birthday last year, Mom and Dad, that's Arnold and Christine, asked him, "What do you want to do for your birthday?" And he said, "I want to go to so-and-so." I can't remember which race we were at. It might have been Pitt or something. It was way far away from them. And sure enough, they showed up, and he did very well. So Owen Lloyd, we're always, always, always happy to have Owen Lloyd. And it's so funny because every time I announce him at awards at the podium, he just got the straight face. He doesn't smile as much as I smile for him because I'm so happy for him.
Oh, he did absolutely fantastic in that last one. And I'm giving Sobiak credit because evidently he sat out yesterday maybe and didn't get much practice, but he came back and I thought he was going to hold on to that pole, but he still did good and he's up there and he's in contention.
Yeah, he did not even attend happy hour. He stayed off, because of the rain. Yeah, yeah.
And I said that's why today's qualifying is going to be different than we had at the Winter National or even at the Grand Nationals because of the weather condition. This could change a lot of things. So, again, when you see the first group come up and people say, well, that's the slower drivers, don't count on it.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Don't count on it.
And it kind of makes things a little more exciting because,
without a doubt.
In the old days when we didn't have that, we just timed people. We didn't know who was going to take the pole, and we didn't know who was faster than the other person. We didn't track times during practice and stuff. So this makes it a little more exciting that there could be people who didn't even get out on the track yesterday that could come back today and take a top position. So we're seeing that. And Sobiak is definitely proof of that, and he did a great job with Nick there. But he's still in contention. And as the track changes, conditions change a little bit. The track is getting better. That's where these drivers and pit crew now have to really think about what they're going to go with, what they're going to do as far as getting their kart to turn the best. But they got 2 heats to work on it. Tomorrow will be the features. But they got 2 heats right now to work on that setup. Keep an eye on the weather to see what it's going to be tomorrow so they know what's the ideal setup. And like I said, 206 racing, some of the best spec racing for karters. This is the place you want to be. You could tell. I mean, over 500 entries at a race in March. So one of the biggest races so far in the year 2024. All right, let's see what happens. Cadets, there will be 2 groups to qualify. 2 groups to qualify, and again, these junior drivers are excellent.
So I'm hearing from the race officials that turn 7 is wet. There's water across the track. The rest of the track is dry. All the smart people are running slicks. I'm not picking on anybody, but slicks is the way to go except for turn 7 right now.
And yesterday we did have a warning in turn 7 for the practice telling them that turn 7 was basically underwater.
Oh, it was a lake. Oh, my goodness.
So we were warning drivers as they were coming up to the grid saying, hey, be careful on turn 7. So it makes sense that it's still somewhat of a problem today. But the rest of the track looks pretty good.
Yeah,
and it's just going to keep getting better, I would say, unless, like I said, we have some moisture that we're not counting on.
And I don't think we're predicting anything. I checked the weather report a number of times. I think we're going to, hopefully.
Well, the weatherman is the best job.
Yeah, without a doubt.
No matter what they tell you, they could be wrong, but it's not a problem.
It's almost as good as kart announcing.
Yeah, right. That's right. It's almost as good as what we do.
Because I'm such a professional. I said we'd never hit a 50.
Yeah, and I could butcher a name, so.
Me and Tony were the dynamic duo here. Yeah. Okay, I'm noticing everybody going by does not have a rain cover on their air filter anymore.
Yeah, I don't think you need it, but. Some drivers are probably just playing it safe. There were drivers who lost their motors yesterday. So those are the ones that might be really playing it safe. You don't want to lose more than one motor in a weekend. And when I say lose it, I don't know if it was ruined or they could, do whatever it needs to be brought back to life. But there were a couple drivers that were having problems with getting water into their engine. And I know changing the oil and all of that was recommended right away. Change your oil and, get the air cleaner. If it's already soaked, get it out of there and get a new air cleaner, even though you had the cover on. So there was a lot of precautions being taken yesterday due to that heavy rain.
Yeah, no, if you're watching this right now, absolutely everybody's trying to stay apart on, cup carts. That's officially, they want them to stay apart. You cannot touch anybody. You can't bump, you can't bump draft, you can't side draft, you can't anything anybody. So
right, you can lose a position. Well, you can lose your fastest time. If you do something really bad, you can lose 2 of your next fastest time. So right now we got the number 41, Elam Stoner.
Elam, yep.
Elam. He's got a 51.426. Good run by Elam. And the number 9 of Camden Clay with a 52.105. And the number 94 of Michael Patrick with a 52.705. So those are your top 3. Liam 4.
Yep. Number 4.
Number 4. Yeah. He gets a 53.207. Ruben Greer gets up into that fourth spot, number 020. He gets a 53.011. You want to run with the fast people, though. You got to be in that 52-second bracket or 51-second bracket. And it might even, I don't know if this next group, even though they could be faster, will they get it down into the 50-second bracket? But right now, the person to beat is number 41, Elam Stoner, with a 51.366. Number 41. Elam Stoner sits on the pole, outside pole, the number 9 of Camden Clay.
Yep.
He gets a 52.105. Those are your top two. Pole sitter, outside pole. Michael Patrick up into that third spot. Liam Four in fourth. Ruben Greer in fifth. Jason Reinholtz in sixth. Lincoln Willie in seventh. Barrett Turley in eighth. Jamin Trilly in ninth. And Sebastian Riemann in 10th. Those are your top 10 drivers right now, but it's the number 41 of Elam Stoner, 51.366, the person to beat in Cadet.
And our flagman Ryan does have the checkered flag out, Tony, so that's going to do it. These results are going to be official. Just a few more carts, and that'll do it.
Speaking of that flagman, look at that fancy work he does out there.
Ryan's pretty good.
Ryan is really good.
I'm a big fan.
And he comes from my part of the town. So
he does. He's northeast. You're absolutely right.
He's one of our official flagmen. So I'm proud that he's here doing a great job.
Yeah.
So Elam Stoner in the 41 will be the person to beat with a 51.366.
And his brother AJ is racing with us this weekend also. So and Elam is always fast. Both the Stoner kids are very fast. I know Mom's here. I didn't see Dad yet, but I'm sure he's here.
So right now, like we said, even though the next group is supposedly the faster, let's see if Elam can hold them off. He won't be out there to defend it, but he might have a really good time there. Otherwise, I think it could break into the 50-second bracket, but we'll see. So once again, we are live on Kart Chaser. We want to thank Kart Chaser for being here for this national, and I understand CKNA will have them there for the Summer National, and of course, they were there last year for the Grand National. They'll be back for the Grand National in October. So once again, we thank Kart Chaser. This is what these kart racers deserve. They put a lot of hard work, a lot of money, a lot of travel, taking time off, parents taking time off of work, racers taking time off of work, not only parents. It's a lot, and now people that can't be here can actually see it. I got Oliver Raymond from Great Britain. He says, my family's watching in Great Britain.
So awesome.
So we're overseas at this point. Yeah. But we thank Oliver. He puts on a Long Island Karting for Youth, and it's a charity that he does and gets these kids involved in racing. And he's brought them here to the SpringNationals, and he'll run the Northeast National, of course. So great job there by Oliver Raymond and his son Mark. Great people. And hopefully they're listening in Great Britain right now to us.
And that's one of our sponsors, LIYK.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very happy.
Yeah, Long Island Karting for Youth. Yeah. Long Island Youth Karting, I think. Yeah. But great job, and he's doing a great thing for these young kids. Trying to get them away from the computer and get them out.
Then we've got a cart pickup. Somebody broke down, so that's why we've got a little bit of a delay here. We're kind of falling a little bit behind schedule, I think. But
yeah.
That happens sometimes, and nothing you can do about it.
Well, this is a big track, and if somebody breaks down, depending on where they are, it takes time to get them and bring them to clear the track.
And you got a good shot of the hot grid right now that you can see all the action or non-action going on. Can you imagine what them drivers are doing now? First of all, it's a cadet class, so it's young kids, and they're sitting there waiting to go out. And can you imagine the thoughts that are going through their head? Whatever,
yeah. Listen, even the adult drivers.
Yeah, good point, Tony.
When you're waiting and there's a holdup, something change. You just want to get out there and get racing.
Yeah.
And the holdup can always add more anxiety. And what am I? I had my plan in my head, especially when you don't get the green flag on the first lap. When they come around. That's another thing that drivers have to deal with and go back and take another lap before they're going to get the green. And believe me, the people who are watching them, relatives or whatever, that's the most nervous part of the whole race is that start. All right, so they're sending them out now.
And like Tony told you earlier, the number 41, Elam Stoner, currently sits on the pole, but they've got half the group to come out yet.
And this will be the final group in Cadet.
Yes. And hot grid is very, very well organized, and they're giving them a huge space between each other, so that shouldn't affect anything.
And when we talk about the grid, I was working the grid yesterday, and I want to thank all the karters because they really started getting things in order and helping the officials make sure we had a smooth run with all that rain and cold. And they really, really started doing the right thing and getting people on the grid, keeping a lane open so somebody could still get out there. So I thank all the karters yesterday. They made the official work pretty easy, even though it was cold and rainy.
Oh, it's miserable and windy. Oh, my goodness, that wind was cold. Oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And I'm in the control tower. I only had to walk out there a little bit, for do some things, some housekeeping duties on track. But
no, it was bad. It was bad.
I'll tell you, our officials, our flagmen, our corner workers, whatever. My hat's off to every one of you. You're fantastic. Once again, thanks for watching Kart Chaser. We really appreciate it. Anybody that's watching that has any organization, any karting organization, I could not more highly recommend these guys. Talk to them and consider having them do
a great job. And like I said, the karters deserve it, and it's great that we have somebody like Kart Chaser around to finally give these drivers, get them more airtime, so to speak, because they really put a lot of hard work into what they're doing right now. It's very serious racing, and it's so controlled that it is really tight racing. So Elam Stoner still holding on, 51.366. Ruben Greer, outside pole with a 51.728. Camden Clay, third with a 51.794. Parker Stewart with a 51.972 in fourth. So those are your top four, and I don't think they've changed since the first time around.
And I see Liam Ford, number 4, is still in 5th place. Liam Ford's dad is on the board of directors for Road America, so he's kind of a big deal, and he's a really nice guy. Yeah. He's also on the board of directors for the World of Outlaws Sprint Car Series. So
wow, okay.
I always like talking to Dad whenever I get a chance, and so, they follow us pretty well.
All right, so now we get somebody. The number 22 of Parker Stewart gets a 50. So they did break into the 52nd bracket. 388. Parker Stewart, number 22. He is the person right now to beat. Number 22, Parker Stewart with a 50. 388. Now, even though Elam Stoner in the number 41, he is not out there, so you can't see him on the screen, but you can see number 22, Parker Stewart. He is your pole sitter right now with a 50.388. Stoner in second, Greer in third, Camden Clay in fourth, Kristen Damanidis with a 52.092 in fifth. Liam Ford drops to sixth. And now Hayden Lawson. Oh, Gary Lawson's son, number 10. Hayden Lawson gets a 51.919, moves him up into the top 6. He's in sixth. Wow, what a run there. But it's Parker Stewart. He's the person to beat. And now Ryan Thompson in the number 904. The number 904, Ryan Thompson, gets a 51.286. Oh, wait a minute. Stewart breaks into the 49-second bracket. You talk about the right setup. He found it. He found the sweet spot, and he gets a 49.948. He breaks into the 49-second bracket. Oh, man, he did it. Number 904, Ryan Thompson, outside pole with a 51.286. I mean, that unbelievable there with Parker Stewart, number 22. Great job. Elam Stoner drops to third. Ruben Greer in fourth. Camden Clay in fifth. Hayden Lawson in the top 6. So those are your top 6 drivers, top 3 rows, but it is number 22, Parker Stewart, who breaks into the 49-second bracket, gets a 49.948. Ryan Thompson takes the outside pole, so we did see the faster group kind of take over the front row. Number 904, Ryder Thompson with a 51.115. That is number 904, Ryder Thompson. Logan McCluskey now comes up into third. Kart number 2, Logan McCluskey with a 51.335. Stoner drops to fourth. Ruben Greer in fifth. Camden Clay in sixth. Hayden Lawson moves up to seventh with a 51.919. Chris Damanidis gets eighth. Ryan Rowlands in ninth. And Levi Claude, that might be French. I'm not sure. Number 21.
Plourde. Flourde, maybe, or something? Yeah.
Number 21. Like I said, I could butcher anybody's name. But
Liam Ford all the way down to 11th, I just noticed, Tony. Liam Ford.
Okay.
Just got this. And we're going to have another video from Ashley Graham.
Stewart and Thompson at the front.
leaders, not followers.
It's kind of nice to stand out a little bit being a girl.
I think it means a lot more questions. Why this? How come you didn't choose something else? You get questioned a lot more in it. But I think it also means that it's a level, or it's a step up. It's like that additional gratification that you get.
To not care what other people think or what other people say, and be able to take good criticism because everybody is just trying to help you.
Is not to give up and always, even if men put you down or in general people put you down, don't let it take it to heart. Don't take it to heart, and always just keep pushing and drive through.
Do what you want to do, just not because other, just boys do it.
What you want to do. Don't think that because other people do something a certain way, you have to do it a certain way. Being taken seriously as a girl in a male-dominated sport.
I think just a part about being a girl and where there are a lot of guys and they say that I can't do it, but them saying that I can't do it kind of helps me because that makes me want to be better than them.
Working with other boys and stuff, they don't want to work with a girl.
The equipment, the suits are not made for women's bodies. I have to get all my suits fitted. The rib protectors, same thing.
It's very hard finding people that want to work with you and work as your drafting partner on track because nobody wants to, push the girl to the front and they don't want to get beat by the girl, so it's very hard to find drafting partners. But
All right, Dave, we got the legends out there, and these are truly the legends of karting. And we do have some people that are legendary in this class. But let's see what happens here. Is there more than one group?
There is two groups.
Two groups.
Bottom
so
half
this
and
is
top
the
half.
bottom half right now. So right now we got the 05 of Don Newman. He turns a 54.31.
Todd just took it.
Yeah, Todd Bolton.
Oh, that's Bolton. I thought
that's Todd Bolton, number 22. Gets a 54.31 and goes to the front. Bolton. And now it's James Insko.
Yeah.
All right, here's a top driver, number 117. James Insko with a 54.17. Let's see what happens here. So this is just the first couple laps, and we'll, believe me, there's going to be some changes going on here. So right now it's Insko, number 117, with a 54.17. The number 22 of Todd Bolton with a 54.31. In third, it's the number 05 of Don Newman with a 54.56. In fourth, the number 60 of Michael Wells with a 59.66. And in fifth, Michael Wells gets dropped to 6 as the number 16 of Doug Cook now comes up to the front of the pack. He breaks into the 49-second bracket. He gets a 49.978. Cook goes to the pole. Insko drops to outside pole. Todd Bolton in third. Don Newman in fourth. Kevin Scott in fifth. Michael Wells in sixth. Mike Forget in seventh. And Ken Paulson in eighth. Ronald Henry gets up into seventh. Ken Paulson drops to ninth. Mike Forget in eighth. Timothy Clark now with a good run. Number 96, Timothy Clark gets a 51.73, puts him on the outside pole. The number 16 of Doug Cook with a 49.978 right now holds on to the pole. We still got another group to qualify. Remember that. Number 96, Timothy Clark right there in outside pole with a 51.73, but you got to be in the 49-second bracket. Right now it's the 22 of Todd Bolton with a 49.800. Timothy Clark in third. Insko drops to fourth. Newman in fifth. James Insko comes back. The number 117 of Insko with a 49.582, and he goes to the pole. He bumps Bolton from the pole. Bolton now outside pole. Doug Cook in third. Timothy Clark in fourth. Don Newman in fifth. Kevin Scott up into that sixth slot. But right now it's the 96th of Timothy Clark with a 49.301. Number 96 of Timothy Clark, 49.301. Outside pole, the 117 of James Insko. He is the outside pole. And now hold on, because the 05 of Don Newman on the last lap gets a 49. Oh, wait a minute. Hold it. Bolton comes back on the last lap. What a run by the number 22. He gets a 49.069. Newman drops to the outside pole with a 49.275. At this point, we're going to break into the 48-second bracket, I would think. But right now, it's the number 22 of Todd Bolton with a 49.069. The 05 of Don Newman, 49.275. Timothy Clark ends up in third, number 96, with a 49.301. In fourth, the 117 of James Insco. He was fast, but drops back to fourth with a 49.582. Cook in fifth. Stiefel, Tim Stiefel, number 5, gets a 49.632, puts him in the top 6. So right now, those are your top 3 rows. And Bolton, what a run at the end. Number 22, Todd Bolton, gets a 49.069, and we have one more group yet to qualify in this legend class, and I know there's some top runners.
I was just looking ahead. You're absolutely right, Tony. I see Hanslick. I see Phil Pignataro. I see Ellie Yanko. I mean, there's some hot shoes coming up yet.
Oh, there is some hot shoes. So Todd Bolton might be in trouble. He won't be out there to defend his pole position. But the number 22 of Todd Bolton right now is your pole sitter with a 49.069. Newman in the 05 outside pole with a 49.275.
Dr. Todd Barron's coming up yet? He just says, some real fast.
And you're speaking about Barron. We thank him for Kart Chaser. He was one of the people that helped bring Kart Chaser along.
Barron Racing Team, BRT, him and his brother. So, thank you very much, Doc. We really appreciate it.
And they're on a new kart called Mach 1.
Mach 1,
out of Germany. So we'll see how Dr. Todd does on that new Mach 1.
I don't know anything about Mach 1 cars.
No, I don't think any of us know about it. I think it's something that he's bringing over from Germany or something. And, why not? We got every other country now involved. So I think Saudi's out of France. And, of course, you got Tony Kart out of Italy and Gold Kart out of Italy. You got, and then you got our guys, Coyote and MGM and Margate.
Speaking of Gold Kart, you know anybody on the Gold Kart?
No, we'll talk about that later.
We'll wait till he comes out. No, I'm setting Tony up, and he knows it. And I can't wait to hear the information on that. But so they got to go around once before they start getting timed here.
Yep. And so remember, keep in mind, it's the number 22 of Todd Bolton, who's not out there right now. He's got a 49.069. He is the person to beat. Don Newman in the 05 holds on to the outside pole with a 49.275.
And they're just real nice and evenly dispersed out there, separated. So there shouldn't be any problems with anybody. And this is a half split, right? This group, yeah.
And I think there's Dr. Todd in the 11. They're showing him on the screen right now. So he looks like he's turning a pretty good lap. So we'll see what happens. See number right there, number 11. That is Dr. Barron. Oh, we got somebody spun out. Well, they might hit that water right before that, and that's what'll do it, especially if you're on slicks, which I think everybody's just about on slicks. I could be wrong. Dr. Todd might not be too happy about that because that kind of slowed him down.
Yeah,
but he's got more laps. He's got curb. So a tough break for number.
Two curbs.
He's
shaking his head.
He's shaking his head.
Well, we all agree with you, Todd.
Tough break for Todd. But we still have Todd Bolton holding on to the pole with a 49.069. Don Newman outside pole with a 49.275. Tim Hannon now at Oakland Valley Raceway. Of course, Hannon Motorsports. This is one of the tracks that the Northeast will be going to. Traditional kart track. Number 0, Tim Hannon gets a 49.275, puts him in third. So he's in a challenging position to knock those two people off the pole and outside pole. Timothy Clark in fourth. Stephen Lyons in fifth. Phil Pignataro makes it up to the sixth slot with a 49.572. Never count out Pig. 105, Phil Pignataro. Never count him out.
And him and Bolton are running together right now. And I'll tell you what, Dr. Todd's getting bested by Phil.
Phil's a top driver. 2-cycle, 4-cycle, you name it. He's done it. Countries he's raced in, Portugal, Utah. I think he's been in Utah racing.
He's my hero then.
He's the guy. Phil Pignataro now moves to the outside pole with a 49.041. Hannon Hannon takes the pole. Hannon, number 0, takes the pole with a 48. He breaks into the 48-second bracket. He gets a 48.870. But wait a minute. J.D. Gunn at a target distributing. Number 14. J.D. Gunn, man, I'm glad to see Gunn running hard this time. J.D. Gunn, he's been with us so long. Always something happening. He right now goes to the pole with a 48.870. Oh, Hannon back. Hannon comes back with a 48.866. What a run between Hannon and J.D. Gunn on his CRG. Man, J.D. Gunn doing CRG credit here. Number 14, J.D. Gunn with a 48.870. And look at Elianko in the number 470. He gets third with a 48.928. Phil drops step fourth. Todd Bolton in fifth. Paul Montepoli, 6th. Don Newman in 7th. Timothy Clark in 8th. Steve Lyons in 9th. And Joe DeBover, two target guys right there in the top 10. DeBover gets 10th. Robert Davis in 11th. Man, I'm going down. James Ince going 12th. Look at this.
Ken
Tim
Paulson,
Steve
24th.
back at 14th.
I'm trying to find out Dr. Todd. I'm way down. There he is, 31st.
Wow, he just had problems out there. Something was not right, but you got to give credit to Oakland Valley Raceway. Hannon Motorsports takes the pole.
Way to go, Tim. Very happy for you. Yeah, and I think we're going to take a real quick break here, and we'll be back with Kart Chaser. Thank you very much.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
We're back with which we think is the biggest class here today, right, Dave?
I believe it's tied, for the biggest.
Right. Right now, we know there's 95 people going to qualify in this class. So 3 groups. This is the first. All right, we had a little problem here, but we're back. And I was talking to Dave saying this is the biggest class. It might be tied with medium, but right now we know this is 95 entries, 3 groups to qualify. First group is out there. And again, because of the weather conditions yesterday, don't count on that you're going to see the slower people in this class. We might, but we might not. Right now, the number 13 of Jaden Krause with a 48.428 sits on the pole. Dylan Amston. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, Amundsen, I think.
Amundsen?
Yeah. Yep.
Amundsen, that's right. 136 gets a 48.577. Cameron Reed,
yeah,
in the 609 with a 48.653.
Ayrton Grimm just comes in the fourth.
Yeah, he comes at the fourth with a 48.722. Oh, look at number 2, Austin Speck with a 48.362. Kart number 2, Austin Speck gets the pole right now with a 48.362. Jaden Krause in the outside pole, number 13, and now the number 666. That's a rough number to pick. I give Kelvin Zing.
Yep.
I give Kelvin Zing credit for taking that number, 48.243. He's taking a chance, but he's going to prove that there's no superstitions there. He's got a pole position right now with a 48.243. Austin Speck, outside pole. Kart number 2 with a 48.362. White flag is out. And now, Dylan Amundsen in the number 136 comes back and turns a 48.024. Hey, we're going to see maybe times in the 47-second bracket. Wow. But Amundsen is a top runner in the CKNA, and right now
Cameron Reed, 47, just like you just said.
Wow, and
young
the number
lady.
60. Oh, and here comes the 666 of Kelvin Zing again with a 47.859. So they're into the 47-second bracket. We're going to see low 47, maybe a 46 at this point. Cameron Reed, outside pole. Number 136, Dylan is in third. Jaden Krause in fourth. Katie Youngchuck, the top runner at the Trackhouse racetrack. Katie Youngchuck doing a great job out there in fifth with a 48.152. Ayrton Grimm with a 48.205 and sixth. Those are your top 3 rows, but it's the number 666 of Kelvin Zing with a 47.859. But wait a minute. Number 13 of Jaden Krause comes back with a 47.819 and bumps Zing from the pole. Cameron Reed in third. Dylan Amundsen in fourth. Katie Youngchuck in the top 5. Ayrton Grimm in the top 6. Checkered flag is out, so it looks like still got some crossing the line
There's a couple
here.
left, but I think all the really super fast runners are already got their times.
So it looks like the number 13 of Jaden Krause with a 47.819. He is the person to beat right now, sitting on the pole. Good run by the 666 of Kelvin Zing. Got a 47.856, puts him on the outside pole. Then you got Reed, Amundsen in fourth, Youngchuck in fifth, Ayrton Grimm in sixth. Oh, so a good run by, like I say, Katie. She runs that Trackhouse series a lot, and she's up there a lot of times winning.
Yeah, that was the supposedly slow people, Tony. At
I know, that's supposedly the slow people. So.
I'm just not. Any other race weekend that would hold a little bit of water, but not this weekend because nobody went out yesterday.
Right. So it makes it a little more exciting yet because, you would feel like, well, this first group I don't have to worry about, but you do. Jaden Krause with a 47.819. That's a pretty good time. Number 13, Jaden Krause. He is your pole sitter right now. Outside pole, the number 666 of Kelvin Zing with a 47.857. So could be interesting what happens here.
Cameron Reed, congratulations. Third fast so far, number 609. I think, Cameron, young lady is from Louisiana, if I'm not. Yes, I'm getting confirmation. Yes. So Cameron has raced with us a number of times and always happy to see her around and doing fine on the racetrack.
Yep. All right. So Krause is the guy to beat with a 47.819. Zing with a 47.857 sits on the outside pole. All right, we got the second group now coming out. Remember, there's 2 more groups yet to qualify in this senior light here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. America's home for racing, and we thank Charlotte Motor Speedway for building such a great kart track. I mean, it's got a great surface. It's wide. It's challenging. It is a drafting track, and some people, say, hey, we'd like to be on the tighter circuit sometimes, which CKNA visits a number of tracks between there. Northwest, or the North Series as they call it. Then you got the Winter Series down south, and you got the Northeast, which we're calling the East now, Dave.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
because we were trying to find a lot of tracks up north,
Sure.
and it was getting a little hard that can handle as many karters and trailers and everything. So we're going to pull it down maybe a little bit, hit Virginia or someplace, but still working on all of that. So we'll start calling it the East Series. Because Pittsburgh isn't that far northeast.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good point too. By the way, Tony, I've been doing this since day one. We started out, we just hitched onto a couple of whatever tracks, club tracks is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And it just built and built and built. We're fantastic to have it. But we've gotten to the point where there's not a lot of tracks that can handle, they don't have a big enough footprint to handle us. I notice we're going to a lot more country clubs. We go to Audubon. We go to Cincinnati.
Yep.
So some of these tracks, unfortunately for them, we've outgrown them. But if you have a track somewhere that you're interested in having us come to, definitely talk to Greg Jasperson. Right. He's the owner of Cup Carts, and tell him, and obviously not this year. We're full up
already. Yeah.
Maybe in calendar year 2025, you might want to consider sending us.
Yep. And I tell people at our races, if there's somebody that thinks there's a track someplace, I'm going to call it in the East, let me know, let Greg know, and we'll definitely take a look at it. But if you're at one of our races, you already got a feel for what it looks like as far as the pit area that's needed, the grid area that's needed. The track itself is always good if it's pretty big and wide. But, we go to Oakland Valley. That's a great kart track. It's a traditional kart track. Yes, the pits are a little tight, but Tim makes sure that he opens up more room if we need it.
He's such a wonderful host. Tim is just
he takes care of that, and I think that's a good challenge for the karters. They get to race on a track like this, then they go to a traditional kart track, and this year now with the East Series, we're going to the BWI, which is called United Karting, Baltimore Washington International Airport. Very easy to get to if you want to fly in.
So is that an active airport?
Yes. Baltimore Washington International Airport. It's a major airport, and you're very close, of course, to D.C. You could go sightseeing if you get there early, and we're in one of they have a lot of cargo areas.
Okay.
With huge parking lots, and United Karting has rented or leased or whatever a parking lot. They've been there for, I know they've been there. I went there 4 years ago.
Oh, so they race currently. They race there. It's not
that
one
track
time.
never gets taken. It's
cool.
there, yeah. And it's going to present a challenge for the karters. So, again, like I said, I think it's a great challenge for the karters. Like I said, NASCAR went to the streets of Chicago. Yep. F1 goes to the streets of Miami and places. We're going to the parking lot of BWI, Baltimore Washington International Airport.
Duck your head when them planes come in. No,
yeah. You get to see all the different planes anyway. Yeah. All right, we got the second group, right, Dave?
Senior light, the second of three.
Right, so Jaden Kraus, number 13, is the person to hold on, right? Here's the person to beat. He's got a 47.819. Kelvin Zing in the number 666 has a 47.857. Top two drivers right now. Let's see if they can hold on. They were in that first group. This is the second group. We still have a third in senior light here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway CKNA Spring Nationals. That's Cup Karts of North America Spring National. And this year, Cup Karts has gone to a full year of nationals. We'll have the Summer Nationals coming up in, I believe it is July at Pittsburgh. That is June 21st to the 23rd. That's when we'll have the Summer National. Of course, the Grand National, which has been running for 6 years straight, will be on the bill in October. So it looks like Jaden Kraus and Zing hold on to the top two positions, Dave. Unbelievable.
Wow.
White flag is out. I mean, here comes Jacob Duval in the 51. Jacob Duval gets a 47.954. He's putting the challenge on. And now, wait a minute, Jared Clark in the number 16 comes and bumps Kraus from the pole. Jared Clark in the number 16 gets a 47.495. 47.495, and the number 16 of Jared Clark breaks, takes Kraus, puts him in Kraus in second. Outside pole, Paulie Massimino out there in the number 40. Massimino drops back to fourth with a 47.850, but he is challenging. Jaden Kraus holds on to third. And look at number 48, Overbeck.
Cincinnati
Jamie,
kid.
the Cincinnati kid, comes with a 47.594. What a run by the number 48 of James Overbeck with a 47.594, puts him up into second. A Coyote driver, I believe. Jared Clark now up front with a 47.9495. Paulie Massimino now bumps Overbeck. Massimino, number 40, takes that second outside pole position with a 47.570. Jared Clark holds on with a 47.495. We still have another group to qualify. Paulie Massimino, one of your top drivers. Overbeck comes back, and he bumps Massimino from that outside pole. The number 48 of Overbeck, it's a 47.567. Overbeck goes to the outside pole.
I see Christopher McKeithen in fourth place, number 19. He's got 4 laps done, so he's done. Emily DeMaster, fifth fast so far, number 87. Duval all the way down to sixth place. He was doing well.
Yeah.
Kraus, like you said,
he
down
was
to 7.
He was your pole sitter.
Jarsocrat.
Whoa, Brandon Jarsocrat back in 8th.
Oh, wow.
Man, what a run here. Jared Clark, give him credit right now. He's holding on. Number 16, Jared Clark with a 47.495. The number 48 of James Overbeck, outside pole. Paulie Massimino in the number 40 in third. Christopher McKeithen in fourth. I believe that's all out of... what is that, PPK?
Yep.
I think all three of those drivers right there, second, third, and fourth Coyote drivers right there up front. Emily DeMaster, she came to some of the Northeast races, always a top driver. Number 87, Emily DeMaster, holding on to fifth.
And Grandma and Grandpa came all the way down from Wisconsin. I saw them earlier today. Unfortunately, I didn't have any time to talk to anybody. But, yeah, I saw them, so I waved and shook hands real quick and had to boogie on out. But, yeah, that was right before the drivers' meeting, so it's always nice to see Grandpa and Grandma.
Wow. Jacob Duval in 6th, Jaden Kraus in 7th. Brandon Jarsocrat, also part of that team that we mentioned, PPK, I believe. In 8th, Kelvin Zing in 9th. And Eli Fox in the number 01 gets into the top 10. But we still got one more group to qualify.
1/3 yet.
This is Senior Light with 95 entries.
Wow, just insane.
Unreal. But what a race we're going to have here right now. Jared Clark, I'm not sure who he drives for or where he's from. But
unfortunately, I'm not either.
I give him credit. Number 16, Jared Clark with a 47.495, holding off people like Overbeck, Massimino, McKeithen, the Masters. You name these top drivers, and it's right now. It's Jared Clark sitting at the top of the pack with a 47.495. That is the time to beat. We still have one group to qualify.
Yeah, and you can watch us all weekend here. There's going to be a firewall eventually for the features tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you can watch us up until then, until tomorrow, and then and it's only $10 a month to get a subscription. You can watch everything on Kart Chaser.
All their other productions,
and all their productions. They do a lot of stuff. It's not just Cup Karts and in Charlotte. It's Ryan Norbrick's race tonight is on tonight. Okay,
I thought it was last night. Oh, that was qualifying or something. Pro tonight. The money?
So the Ryan Norberg, and I think it's $20,000 to win. Do I get that right or something? Or
10 G's.
Oh, okay. So anyway, Kart Chaser's doing a wonderful job here, and the karts are coming out.
And that race was under the lights. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, good point, Tony. We're under the lights tonight too.
Yep. We thank Charlotte and CKNA for bringing in the lights. Due to the amount of entries we have, we know we would not finish. And look at the sky. It is clearing up.
It absolutely
So the track now, I'm going to say just about, it's got to be in perfect shape, except for where the water runs across it. But right now, track is definitely getting better and better.
Yeah.
So
if I were you at home, I'd get a subscription to Kart Chaser now and just camp in front of your TV. Get a sandwich and a beer, and you can watch racing to your heart's content here.
Well, that's like I said, I appreciate Kart Chaser. I know the kart drivers do. That finally they can see productions like this that brings credit to these people that put a lot of work into this and the talent that is there.
And it's not a hack job. I mean, these are some good racers. Zilich? It is. Okay, on your screen right now, that's Connor Zilich. He just won the Daytona Rolex 24, and he went off the track. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't see the start of that, but that's him coming back on the track. That is Connor Zilich.
Well, he's one of the people we say keep an eye on. He could just about wheel anything. He's been doing great in car racing and in kart racing. And I believe it says Nitro on the front, but it's probably, part of MGM as well. I know Paul and Nitro are pretty close. So keep an eye on Ryan. But right now, it's the number 16 of Jared Clark. That is the person to beat. Jared, of course, is not out there right now, but he's got a 47.495. Overbeck sitting on the outside pole with a 47.567. Massimino right there in third with a 47.570. And McKeithen in fourth. None of them can defend this race right now because they are not out there, but they have some really good times that's going to be tough to beat. So we're going to have to see here. Number 16, Jared Clark is the person to beat. And let's see if anybody can upset Overbeck, Massimino, McKeithen. And then you got the Masters. There it is, Colin Warren. Number 711 penetrates the group. He moves up to fourth with a 47.575. The number 711 of Colin Warren gets a 47.5 VLR driver, I believe. Definitely out of TS Racing.
And look at that. Addison Iannello in fifth and Christopher McKeithen back at sixth. I remember a couple of years ago when they were juniors, they had a big battle and they crashed each other
doing
out.
A great job here. Number 46 now, Addison Iannello with a 47.742 up into that fifth. McKeithen drops back to sixth. Overbeck still holding on to the outside pole, and Clark still holding on to the pole. But Colin Warren could put the challenge on. White flag is out, so it's going to be interesting. Will the 711 of Colin Warren be able to better his time with a 47.575? He's got to beat 47.306.
And he's got 3 laps complete, so the next one does count for him.
That's what I'm saying. This is it. But Colin Warren, one of the only drivers in this faster group, as they call it, gets up into fifth. Henry Wheeler does a good job. He gets a 47.603, kart number 0. He gets sixth.
And look at Connor Zilich, number 71.
Connor comes back after having problems. Connor Zilich. Keegan Clark.
Sixth fast now.
Keegan Clark up to third. And Owen Lloyd. It never count out Owen Lloyd. Owen Lloyd comes back and dumps everybody. He gets card number 119, Owen Lloyd, 47.287. Man, Owen Lloyd comes back. Gianluca Salvaggio in the third slot right now. Cart number 399 with a good time, 47.547. Jared Clark holds on to the outside pole, but it's the number 119. There goes Connor Zilich up to third now. He had some problems. We said keep an eye on the 71. He gets a 47.507. Connor in striking distance, at least for the first heat. He's in third starting position. Owen Lloyd, Owen Lloyd laid back the whole time, and it comes back on I think it was the last lap. Number 119, Owen Lloyd, MGM driver, 47.287. 47.287 for Owen Lloyd. What a run by the 119 of Owen Lloyd. The 16 of Jared Clark holds on to that outside pole. And look at Connor Zilich, number 71, having problems in the beginning.
Off the track.
Yeah, off the track. Well, it's only one lap you need.
Right.
You only need one lap. He did a great job.
Connor Zilich, fourth fast was Gianluca Salvaggio, and fifth fast was Keegan Clark. And we're going to take a real quick break here on Kart Chaser. We'll be back in a short period of time.
We're at a commercial break.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Okay, here it is, a Sportsman. This is split in two. Bottom half, I think there's 28. Let me double check. Yeah, 28 entries. This is the Sportsman class. Oh, welcome back, by the way. It's Kart Chaser. This is Cup Karts North America at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is our SpringNationals. So the Sportsmen are going out. They're going to run one lap, and then they're going to start recording their timing. Once again, this is RLV-sponsored fastest lap qualifying, or hot lap qualifying, I call it. They get to run 4 laps under timed conditions, and they're looking for one fast one. Don't matter if it's first, second, third, or fourth. And then
Yep, it only takes one lap.
Yep, only takes one lap. And I see my girl Sparkles is out there with her pink ponytail. Yeah, pink helmet, pink everything. Yeah, it's Alyssa Eddy is her actual name, but we all just know her as Sparkles, number 100 from St. Michael, Minnesota.
Wow. So, yeah, I think this race at this time of year is great for the northern people, Canadian people, to get out of that snowy weather, cold weather. Even though yesterday a lot of people were complaining to me it was too cold. But I said, hey, you don't come from up north where it's really cold.
Yeah, may have been nicer yesterday up north, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was just miserable. Oh, my
goodness. It was miserable. So I just seen number 77, Colton McQuaid. He's, I believe, out of Maryland, one of our local racers, doing pretty good. He's in 4th right now. He dropped back to 5th.
Look at there, Cooper Mull is fast so far. Oh,
yeah.
That was short-lived.
Yeah.
AJ Stoner just took it, but Cooper Mull was fast.
Yep, Cooper Mull, number 52, gets a 51.637. But the number 14 of A.J. Stoner breaks into the 52nd bracket, gets a 52.54. And we still have another group to qualify here. And they're breaking in. They're down to the 52nd bracket. They'll probably get down into the 49s at the way it's going. The number 14 of A.J. Stoner with a 52.54 sits on the pole. The 52 of Cooper Mull gets a 51.637. Jonathan Borey, number 28 He moves up to that outside pole position with a 57.34. So he breaks now into the 52nd bracket, and so does number 52, Cooper Mull. Mull moves up into the outside pole with a 56.03, but it's the number 14 of A.J. Stoner. He breaks into the 49-second bracket, which I said we're going to get into the 49-second bracket, and if the next group is truly faster, we might break into the 48-second bracket.
Wow.
So right
Crazy.
now, the 14 of A.J. Stoner with a 49.401.
Yeah, so AJ Stoner doing very well. AJ's got a brother racing also. So Elam Stoner and AJ Stoner, and Cooper Mull's got a brother, Leighton Mull. So
right,
all kinds of sibling racers here. They're all in different classes.
Okay, Jonathan Borey, number 28, with a good time, 52.67. Daniel
Dragunov, look at that, up to third.
Up to third with cart number 151. He gets a 55.359, but you got to be in that 49-second bracket, and maybe you're going to have to be in that 48-second bracket if you want to stay at the top of the list. But right now, it's the 14 of A.J. Stoner with a 49.401. The number 28 of Jonathan Borey with a 52.67. Dragunov in third. Cooper Mull in fourth. Colton McQuaid drops back to fifth. William Rossetti in sixth. Riley Doppler in seventh.
Dobler, maybe?
Dobler?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You're probably right. I'm the butcher. Like I said, 488 of Dobler in seventh. Emma Schumann in eighth. There you go.
Yeah, there's your Sparkles. Yep.
Sparkles makes the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
She's in ninth, and Jake Maloney in 10th. But right now, it's still A.J. Stoner, the number 14, holding on to the pole with a 49.401. This is Sportsman here at the CKNA Spring Nationals Charlotte Motor Speedway. Outside pole, the number 151 of Daniel Dragunov, 51.61. So for the 2024 season, there was the Winter Nationals, and now we're here at the Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And right now, it's A.J. Stoner holding on to the pole with a 49.401.
And
number 14.
AJ does have 4 laps complete. Dragunov's only has 3 complete. So there we go.
There he goes. Dragunov does not
stayed in second. Yeah, AJ Stoner still leading.
Right.
AJ Stoner out of I believe they're out of the AMAX Racing tent again, they do a fine job over there. Diesel Maxwell, of course, the latest entry into the AMAX group, and once again they have full track support, whatever you want. So you could go talk to Charles and
right. They come with a full
Grandy. That's the way. Yep, and go see whatever they can do for you.
Right. Yeah, the number 151, Daniel Dragunov, comes back. He breaks into the 49-second bracket, 49.828. So only him and Stoner right now in that 49-second bracket. Jonathan Borey in third, Mull in fourth, McQuaid in fifth, Rossetti in sixth. Those are your top 3 rows, and the second group has taken to the track. Let's see.
Once again, supposedly the fast ones, Tony, right?
All right. But like I said, it makes it a little more exciting now.
Oh, absolutely.
We don't know what's going to happen here. And we'll keep everybody informed of what happens.
So I'm getting a report yet. What's his name? The number 71. The last.
Yeah, Ryan. Who? The one. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just drawing a mental blank. Anyway, he I think he qualified third or fourth. Anyway, he got bounced back. He got a penalty for unsafe re-entry.
I think he's going to
Zilic, Connor Zilic. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
that's it.
In the last race, he got a penalty for unsafe re-entry, so he got moved back to somewhere in the top 10, but moved back a little bit.
He's a Trans Am car racer winner. He won Daytona 24 hours.
I watched it. I was cheering. For 24 hours, I was cheering for him.
Yeah, I mean, he is a real wheelman and tough break, but he's in the top 10 still.
Yep. Yeah, and this is simply qualifying. You got 2 heat races yet,
and I guarantee you're going to see him coming up to the front. So let's see if anybody could bump. Oh, Parker Ives. Oh, Cade Wolf, right?
Yeah, Cade Wolf.
Cade Wolf in the number 54 gets a 49.194. We're on the verge of breaking into that 48-second bracket. Stoner drops to second. Bowen Green in the number 444 gets a 49.424, puts Bowen in third. Parker Ives in fourth with the number 448. He gets a 49.725. Daniel Dragunov drops to fifth. Wyatt Fink in the sixth place position now, 166. Cart number 166 He gets a 49.890. The person to beat, though, right now is the number 54 of Cade Wolf with a 49.194 on the verge of breaking into the 48-second bracket. I don't know if that can happen, but the track conditions, the sun is out, the sky is cleared up. Oh, Holden Myers.
Oh.
Kart number 36 comes with a good time. 49.052. We're right on the edge of breaking into the 48-second bracket. Can anybody do it? The 54 of Cade Wolf holds on to the outside pole with a 49.194. Parker Ives in third, Stoner in fourth, Green in fifth, and Laney Tigpen in the number 12 gets a 49.610, puts Laney in that sixth starting position. Let's keep an eye on the 36th of Holden Myers with a 49.052. This is Sportsman, the final group qualifying. So right now, the 36th of Holden Myers, white flag is out. He's the person to beat with a 49.052. Cade Wolf, number 54 with a 49.1. Oh, and now Cade Wolf breaks into the 48-second bracket. 48.605, but so does Holden Myers. He gets a 48.672. Bowen Green in the number 444, 49.076. But right now, 48-second bracket is the time to beat. The number 54 of Cade Wolf with a 48.605. Holden Myers in the number 36 with a 48.672. Talk about close. They are close. Green with a 49.076.
And the checkered flag is about to come out, and there it is. Yeah, so this will be the last chance for all these people. It looks like in the top 9, I think, there's only 2 holdovers from the first round. Let's see, Stoner.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see who else. Anyway, 48.474 for Wolf. Holden Myers, second fast. Bowen Green, third fast. Parker Ives, fourth fast. Laney Thigpen, fifth fast so far.
Right, and Stoner now in the top 6, number 14, A.J. Stoner.
Oh, unfortunately, he's moving down the list.
Well, he's moving down, but he's still in contention there. Xander Matthias in the number 96 in 7th with a 49.661. Nicholas Mose with a 49.737, and Keegan Irwin with a 49.757 in 9th. And your top 10, Wyatt Fink gets a 49.816, puts him in the top 10. But it's the number 54 of Cade Wolf with a 48.474, your RLV pole winner. Right?
Yep.
Thank
it is
RLV.
official. Yep.
We thank RLV for sponsoring the Fast Time Award, and Cade Wolf is your RLV winner here. Fast Time Award, 48.474. Holden Myers will be on the outside pole, number 36, with a 48.558.
And next up, we have Masters, and it's so massive that we're split into 3 groups. So we're going to do the bottom third, middle third, top third. So we're going to take a short break before then. So thanks for watching Kart Chaser, and make sure you sign up right now. $10 a month. Put it on automatic renewal.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Hi, welcome back to Kart Chaser. This is Cup Karts North America, our Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway in beautiful downtown Concord, North Carolina. We've got the Masters class on the track right now, the bottom third, and fast time so far is number 12, Chris Carroll,
Who else?
the Coyote
Who else?
Kid. Yeah.
The number 12 of Chris Carroll, the Coyote Kid, goes up to the front with a 49.180. Look at J.D. Gunn at a Target Distributing. You got to give Gunn credit, man. This guy's worked so hard. Number 14, J.D. Gunn on that outside pole with a 49.454. Ryan Kasner in the number 3 with a 49. Oh, wait a minute. Ryan Sporowski in the number 16. J.D. Gunn.
J.D. Gunn takes
got
it
bumped,
back.
but he took it back. J.D. Gunn holds on to that second slot. Ryan Sporowski, third. Kevin Medeiros,
I think is
in fourth. And Ryan Kasner in fifth. Ron Cleese in sixth. Anthony Calandro out of our part of Long Island Racing. And we hope that the LIK people are watching. Anthony Calandro in the number 45 gets a 49.814. Joe DeBover, man, again, putting Target Distributor into the top 10. Calandro drops back to 8th. DeBover drops to 9th. And Jonathan Combs in 10th. But your person to beat right now is the number 12. This is the first group, though, right, Dave?
This is the first group of the Masters.
So we still might have some faster karts coming out there. But right now, the number 12 of Chris Carroll, the Coyote Kid, with a 48.586. J.D. Gunn in the number 14 with a 48.817. Ryan Sporowski with a 48.958 in third. Anthony Calandro, Tony Calandro makes it up the fourth slot. What a run by Calandro with a 49.127. Oh, well, wait a minute. No, Ryan Kasner gets up to fifth with a 49.161. Kevin Meandris?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm right.
49.206. Kevin Williams in 7. Ron Cleese in 8. Tim Stiefel now into the top 10. Stiefel gets a 49.516. Bumps Joe DeBover, but DeBover stays in the top 10. Target Distributing with a 49.577. But the person to beat right now is the number 12 of Chris Carroll with a 48.586. J.D. Gunn in the number 14, Target Distributing CRG driver, 48.817. So a good run by Chris Carroll. Look, he won the Grand Nationals, and now he's back here at the Spring Nationals. Kart number 12, Chris Carroll with a 48.586. J.D. Gunn in second with a 48.817. Ryan Kasner in the number 3 and third with a 48.884. The number 16 of Ryan Sporowski in fourth with a 48.958. Calandro hangs in there on the top 5. Kart number 45, Calandro with a 49.127. Wow. And Medeiros in the number 29 gets a 49.149. Top 3 rows. That's how they stack up, but we still have another group to qualify.
2 more.
Oh, two more.
Yep.
So 2 more groups to qualify. And like I said, number 12 right now sits on the pole with a 48.586. That's Chris Carroll. He's not going to be out there to defend that. That's the best time. That's going to stick in the books right now. Same thing with J.D. Gunn. Kart number 14. Gunn on the outside pole with a 48.817.
What a good weekend J.D. Gunn is having.
Gunn, I'm so
Camp
glad
Chaos has got to be so happy over there.
And they don't have Camp Chaos set up, I don't think.
Well, I mean, it's always Camp Chaos. No, I don't know. Yeah. I don't think Stacy's over there.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have his good luck charm.
Yeah, well, there it is. That might be it. Yeah, absolutely.
J.D. Gunn, man, the good guy, and he's always here competing.
And you say, he's got such a good personality, and Joe DeBover owns the whole thing, and Marshall Martin over there. And,
Marshall's here. And Marshall's running around trying to keep things straight, So Marshall tries to keeps their head on and tell them what they need to do out there, what they should be ready for. And so far, that's paid off for J.D. Gunn. Gunn's sitting on the outside pole.
And Katie McDaniel's racing under the tent, too, this weekend. It's nice to see Katie.
Okay.
I ran past her in the pits here yesterday. Okay. So, yeah.
So 2 more groups to qualify. We call it the mid group, is going to go out. And so there's a lot that Chris Carroll and J.D. Gunn got to hold on to that we'll see what happens with these other 2.
It's going to be tough, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But, 48.586, I don't have times in front of me what we were turning last year. And I don't know, it's definitely a good time, but I don't know if that's the winning time at this point. The weather has definitely cleared up. Temperatures are probably going up into the 60s at this point. Sun is on the track. except where the water runs across the track. Can't do anything about that. Just have to wait for it to run out to finally drain itself. And that'll be probably for the heat races and hopefully for tomorrow. And like you said, we got the lights.
Yep.
So we're going to have to, because of the amount of entries we have, we're going to have to run under the lights for the finishing up the second heat today.
At least 80 lights were rented and brought in. So, yeah, there's...
and they did it in the pouring rain last night.
It was just miserable, Tony.
What do you call it? Greg had sympathy and said, hey, you want to come tomorrow morning and do it? And I said, no, we want to get this thing done. And I know Paul Rice out of MGM was also providing some help. So thanks to Paul Rice and MGM for doing that and getting these lights. We always thank MGM when we come here to Charlotte because Paul does do a lot of preparation.
Paul and April, they do
Paul
so
and April
much.
do a lot. So we thank them always for taking care of things here and getting us here at the Spring Nationals. This is the Masters class, and we're ready to go with the mid group, and there'll be one more group after this. But right now, the person to beat is the number 12 of Chris Carroll with a 48.586. J.D. Gunn, number 14, holding on to that outside pole position with a 48.817. So let's see what happens. Let's see if anybody can penetrate that first group. They're taking their first lap, which the next one, they'll be on the clocks. Great
and anybody back home, or actually we got people around the world watching.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You check the schedule and see if we're coming near you, a race near you, and go, make your plans to come out and watch it.
Yep.
Great entertainment. You see some of the greatest racers in the world that a lot of people have never heard of.
Right.
Kart racing is so, in the closet, I guess, is a good way to describe it.
It is the most best kept secret in motorsports.
But all the really good racers know about it, and they do show up and race with us. We've got a number of big names here this weekend, and you'll hear them over the weekend.
Yep. And it's great for the people at home who have a local club or a local track that they get to see, get to see Charlotte Motor Speedway and this tremendous kart track that they have built here. It's very smooth. It's the right length. It's got everything that you could want out of a kart track. And the facility, of course, is Charlotte Motor Speedway. So it gives our people at home that haven't raced 206 CKNA maybe to get them out there and to compete.
You know what I was amazed about, Tony, is that the rumble strips, or the gators we call them or something, on the inside of the curves, they're just pristine here. Most tracks
like they had them all
worn out.
Yeah.
I'm sure they did, and repainted.
Yep.
So they're just beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's good for the people at home. It might entice them to, hey, let me get out there and race.
Yeah, absolutely. If nothing else, come out and watch these. These people. Pick a favorite and cheer them on.
Or buy the $10 subscription and watch.
Well, absolutely, yeah, without a doubt. And put
it
on automatic renewal, and then you don't even have to worry about it. You're going to have it, and you can watch all of their events live and on tape delay, or what do you call it? Anyway, repeat. Yeah. You can watch it, whenever you want. So if you really enjoyed a race or really enjoyed something, you can watch it over and over and over. So
right now, I'm not seeing anybody approaching the first group.
No, and
Calandro's still in fifth, Spirowski in fourth, Kasner in third, Gunn in second, and of course Chris Carroll sitting on the pole with a 48.586. Unless my screen's not being updated.
No, you're absolutely correct, because I'm looking. There's a bunch of them with only 2 laps complete. So
and white flag is out.
Scored.
So Insko gets a good time. Kart number 117, James Insko gets a 49.121, puts him up into fifth, drops Calandro back to sixth. But he's the first one to penetrate the top 5.
Wow.
James Insko in the kart number 117. I'm going to say he's the fastest kart out there in this group right now with a 49.121. But the time to beat is number 12, Chris Carroll, with a 48.586. J.D. Gunn outside pole with a 48.817. Checkered flag is coming out.
Yep. I was just going to say, Ryan's got the checkered flag, so this may be the fast lap for a lot of these people. And so far, nobody's besting Chris Carroll.
No, we said keep an eye on this. Could happen here today.
It's just like
conditions yesterday.
Just like you said, Tony. I keep checking to see if my screen froze.
Right, I thought my screen
expect something to happen.
So far, it's just James Insko getting up into that fifth slot, and the number 117 of James Insko with a 49.121. And unfortunately, he bumps one of my favorite guys, Calandro, drops him back to sixth.
And I believe everybody took the checkered, yeah. So that'll do it for the, what was that, the middle group?
Yeah,
middle third.
group.
Yeah, so we got the top third yet. But
So Carroll
Chris
and
Carroll,
Gunn.
since
So
Coyote Kid,
speaking of
still standing
Calandro,
strong.
he's a Mini Z driver too. You know what Mini Z is?
I don't, Tony. What is that?
It's these little remote control cars.
Oh, okay. How fun.
and Tony goes to a racetrack and races them.
No, what little I know about that, they call it carpet racing or something.
Yeah,
They race on a.
But they race. I think now they got these regular Mini Z tracks that are like rubber or something. But whatever it is, and Tony he could turn the fastest time, and he still pulls that whole car apart before he goes for the feature.
No, that's what the good guys do, though. The good drivers always do that. Yeah.
So and my brother-in-law runs a Mini Z track, and he calls Tony the go-kart champion is here racing Mini Z. So I'm calling him the Mini Z champion.
There you go. Turnabout is fair play.
I'll turn it around on him.
Okay, they're just getting the green flag, so next time by they'll start getting timed or getting results.
So if any group is going to penetrate the top 5 here, it's going to be this group.
Yeah.
It should be this group. Insko was able to do it. He got 5th with a 49.121. Insko runs in 5th, but it's still the number 12 of Chris Carroll with a 48.586. The Coyote Kid, J.D. Gunn, number 14 at a Target Distributing CRG chassis. He's in 2nd with a 48.817. Those are the top 2 drivers that we'll see if they get bumped. This is supposedly the faster group. And then we'll be done with Masters. That'll be the end of Masters.
And still no change in the top. They're starting to come across.
Todd Barron, number 11, gets up into 6th. He gets a 49.029. And there's Ian McIntyre. No relation, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Number 498, Ian McIntyre gets up into 7th with a 49.043. Ryan Kasner in 3rd. Oh, Mark Steele up into that 4th slot. Number 34, Mark Steele. Now back in the United States. He gets a 48.925. Steele Racing up there in that 4th slot. Steele's in striking distance. You got to keep an eye on the number 34 of Mark Steele. He is definitely one of the top contenders. And there he goes. I hit him right in the head without me watching it for a minute there. I said, keep an eye on Steele. The number 34 of Mark Steele goes to the front of the pack. He gets a 48.499. What a run by Steele. Carroll drops the 2nd. J.D. Gunn in 3rd. Ryan Kasner in 4th. Ryan Sporowski in 5th. Todd Barron in 6th. Ian McIntyre in 7th. James Insko in 8th. Tony Calandro in 9th. Oh, Calandro gets dropped back to 10th now. Let's pick it up. Steele holding on to the pole with a 48.499. Of course, Carroll and Gunn not out there to...
Jamie Bradford jumped in 4th. That's what pushed everybody down. Okay.
Bradford gets a good run. Cart number 118 of Jamie Bradford gets a 48.850 and puts Bradford in the top 2 rows. He's running in 4th, but Steele is the man to beat. Cart number 34, Mark Steele with a 48.499. A white flag is out. Like I said, Chris Carroll can't defend it. He's not out there. J.D. Gunn's not out there. Jamie Bradford is out there, and he's in the 118. Can Bradford get up there? He's got a 48.850, but it's still Mark Steele, number 34, with a 48.499. Chris Carroll outside pole. J.D. Gunn in 3rd. Bradford holds on to that 4th slot. Ryan Kasner in 5th, and Ryan Sporowski in 6th. Todd Barron, unbelievable. Todd's usually up at the front. Let's face it.
Way back in 7th.
He's got to maybe get used to this new Mach 1 chassis. That is brand new for him. And so we'll see what happens there with Barron Racing. But he's in 7th. Ian McIntyre in 8th. James Insko in the top 10. Calandro makes the top 10. Number 45. He will start 10th. Oh, here's another top driver. Let's see. Mark Steele holds it. Chris Carroll in 2nd. John Price out of Maryland, out of Nicholson Raceway. John Price, he was our Northeast champion. And right now, the number 444 of John Price, Coyote driver, 48.796. What a run by John Price. And he makes Maryland proud. He gets up into that 3rd slot. He is in striking distance. J.D. Gunn drops the 4th. Jamie Bradford in 5th. Kasner in 6th. Oh, but it's still Mark Steele in the number 34, 48.499. He is the guy to beat. Carroll holds on to that outside pole. Got to give Carroll credit here, man. And now Price backs up Carroll. 2 Coyotes right there. Second and third. J.D. Gunn on the CRG in fourth. Jamie Bradford in fifth. Ryan Kasner in sixth. But it is Mark Steele out of Steele Racing. I'm not sure what he calls his organization, but Mark Steele, number 34, gets that pole with a 48.499. It's going to be some race between Steele, Carroll, and Price.
It should be fantastic, yes. Okay, we're going to take a short break here and come on back and watch Kart Chaser.
ShopAKR.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rim protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
We are back with Kart Chaser here. Once again, want to thank Kart Chaser for doing this for these karters. They well deserve it. They have put their hard work, put their hard money, earned money into this, and they are being recognized as some of the top 206 drivers in North America. And right now, we got the senior medium, one of the biggest classes. We would think it's about tied with the senior light of 95 entries, but we're still calculating that. But it is definitely a three-group race here that we're going to have to go through. This is the first group out to qualify, and we'll start picking up times on them very quickly here. Senior medium. This is one of the hardest classes to win, let me tell you. It is one of the hardest classes to win. This is where you have your top drivers who want to prove that they're the best in North America. And right now, quickly, you see going to the top, number 138 of Brandon Jossacrack with a 47.901. And look at teammate, number 40, Paulie Massimino, goes right into second at a 48.187. Then out of California, you got David Vasquez in the 52. He qualifies right now in fourth with a 48.295. But you got to be in that 47-second bracket. And now another teammate of Jossacrack, number 19, Christopher McKeithen, goes up into the outside pole. Massimino, look at this. Top three are all Coyote drivers out of PPK. This is going to be some race here today. But Jossacrack right now is the guy to beat with a 47.901. Oh, Katie Youngchuck. Oh. What a run by Katie Youngchuck. The number 66 of Katie Youngchuck goes into third with a 48.096. Jossacrack drops into second as the number 48 teammate James Overbeck gets a 47.723 and takes the pole. Number 48, James Overbeck with a 47.723 on the pole. And now McKeithen comes up in that second shot. He gets number 19, Chris McKeithen, gets a 47.884. Oh, man.
A little bit down the pack there. A.J. Roderick up to fifth. Number 56, A.J. Roderick.
Also a top racer and Eagle, I think Eagle kart driver, number 56, A.J. Roderick with a 48.100. Austin Speck in sixth with a 48.149. Paulie Massimino, can you believe it, back in seventh. David Vasquez. Whoa, what a run by Vasquez out of California. He turns a 47.830 and takes the outside pole away from McKeithen. It's Overbeck on the pole, Vasquez outside pole, McKeithen in third, Jossacrack in fourth, Paulie Massimino in fifth, Katie Youngchuck right there in sixth. What a run we're going to have. I tell you, the medium class is the place you want to be. If you want to win a race and be the best of the best, this is where it's at. Overbeck sitting on the pole. Vasquez out of California in second. Hevlo now. Jake Hevlo out of Maryland coming up to that third. Oh, he gets bumped by Jossa Crack. Don't forget about the number 33 of Jake Hevlo. Longtime racer. Him and his brother, WK champions over and over again, have come to CKNA. Jake Hevlo in the number 33 gets a 47.883. That puts him in fourth place, but never count Hevlo out. McKeithen in fifth. Young Chuck in sixth. Massimino in seventh. Austin Speck in eighth. Look at A.J. Roderick in ninth. Hunter Fox in 10th. Colin Miller in 11th. Unbelievable. You're talking about top drivers, but right now it's the 48 of Overbeck. He is the guy to beat with a 47.494. Vasquez with a 47.830. Brandon Jossa Crack with a 47.838. Hevlo with a 47.883. McKeithen with a 47.884. Katie Youngchuck with a 47.941. Hunter Fox 47.970. Massimino back in eighth with a 48.026. Austin Speck with a 48.07. And A.J. Roderick makes the top 10 with a 48.100.
Look at there. Wicked Nick back in 12th place. He ran a 48.305.
Unbelievable. Dave, this is the class, man. Let me tell you, the person that wins this class, they have their work cut out for them. What do we got? The second group now?
The second group of 3 are coming up.
Unbelievable. That was the first group, supposedly. The slow ones, but believe me, Overbeck, Vasquez, Jossa Crack, Hevlo, these are McKeithen, Young Chuck. These are champions over and over, all contending to win the Spring Nationals here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Folks, I can't tell you what's going to happen by Sunday's feature race, but I'm going to tell you it's going to be exciting. And we thank the racers, me and Dave thank the racers for making it exciting for us up here in the tower.
Tony, I'm just looking at these top 3. Yeah. Overbeck, Vasquez, and Jossa Crack. How could anybody possibly best them?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
It very well may happen here.
You never know what's going to happen, so let's keep an eye out. But they are going to be tough to beat. Number 48, James Overbeck, with a 47.494 right now, sits on the pole. Vasquez, you got to admit, he broke up the group here. Vasquez pulls up into the outside pole with a 47.830. Jossa Crack in third with a 47.838. And Hevlo breaks up the group. He gets up into fourth. McKeithen in fifth. Young Chuck in sixth. Hunter Fox and Massimino back in eighth. So they broke up the PPK guys a little bit there, but it's Overbeck. He's the person to beat with a 47.494. What a run by Overbeck and Vasquez. So let's see what happens here as this is only the second group going out. We still have one more group. And let's see if anybody can penetrate. I'm going to go back to at least 8th place. That could any other driver push any of those drivers in the top 8 back a couple positions. Let's see.
And we're not even racing yet. This is
that's what I'm saying. I'm telling the people at home, you got to be prepared for Sunday because it's going to be an all-out battle here for the Spring Nationals. And again, proving that CKNA has the best 206 drivers, the best series. 500 entries. How could you even question that?
Well, if you're anybody at all, you try to race at CKNA. Yep. You really are. If you're at all successful, because
and I try to convince local tracks, you got to have a 206 class. Yeah. You know, it's just you're crazy if you don't. And we'd like to see champions from these other tracks. You know, get in here and see if they can run with the top drivers. And that's what it's all about. Like I said, no matter where you finish this weekend, drivers, you're going home with a lot of information.
Like I used to say, everybody says, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
This is where they are. So look at this, Dave. Nobody Right now, white flag is out. Oh, here it goes. Eli Warren comes up. He gets that 6th slot. Cart number 997, Eli Warren, with a 47.884. And now the number 609 of Cameron Reed gets a 47.879 and moves up to 4th. So we're now starting to see some penetration of the top 8 drivers. Overbeck still holds the pole. Vasquez outside pole. Joseph Crack in 3rd. Cameron Reed gets up into that 2nd row. Cameron Reed in the 609 gets a 47.879. Hevlo drops the 5th. McKeithen drops the 6th. Eli Warren in 7th now with 997. He's got a 47.891. Young Chuck drops back to 8th. Hunter Fox in 9th. Paulie Massimino holding on to the top 10. Oh, Massimino might get bumped from that top 10 position right now, because we still have another group to qualify. But it's Overbeck on the pole. Vasquez outside pole. Nobody got them yet. Cameron Reed put up a challenge. Cart number 609, Cameron Reed with a 47.879. Good run by Reed, but not good enough to take that pole. What a run we got going on here, man. What a race this medium is going to be, folks. Hold on to your hats, because it's not over yet. We still got more qualifying in this group. But right now, it is unbelievable. Your top 10 drivers: Overbeck, Vasquez, Jossicrat, Reed, Hevlo, McKeithen, Warren, Young Chuck, Fox, and Massimino. Those are your top 10. And we still got another group to come out, and it's supposedly the fastest group. Let's see what happens. The time to beat is Overbeck with a 47.494. Vasquez on the outside pole with a 47.830. Unreal.
Yeah, Overbeck. Well, obviously Cincinnati, Ohio. Vasquez
Cincinnati kid?
Yeah, the Cincinnati kid. Vasquez, California. Crack, is he Florida, I think?
No. I think he's Ohio.
Right here?
Or North Carolina, maybe.
North Carolina,
yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Cameron Reed, I think, is Louisiana. Hevlo?
Hevlo is Maryland.
Maryland, okay. I knew it was over east somewhere.
And Hevlo is, like I said, a past champion many years. He's no youngster.
But Christopher McKeithen is right here, even though the team's based in South Florida. He's right here.
He's right here.
So Eli Warren, Katie Onchuk. So, yeah, we've got people from all over the place.
You know, we're fortunate enough to have Hevlo in our area, so when we go racing locally, if he shows up, we can beat him. We know we're doing good.
Yes, you're having a very good
But
weekend.
it's very rare that you beat him. But but him and his brother used to be top drivers. He still carries the colors from WK, the blue and yellow cart. And I believe, and maybe I got this wrong, but I think he's on one of his original Arrow carts.
Oh, how fun.
That had to be when he won championships years ago.
Yeah.
So, but he is somebody to contend with. Him and his dad come to these races. His dad puts a lot of work into it. So Hevlo is right now is somebody always in contention. He was in contention at the Grands.
Yes, he was very much so.
He held the pole at one point in one of the classes. So we'll see what happens. I told you, this medium class it could be a total upset.
Yeah.
That's what could happen. We still got one more group to qualify. Let's see if Overbeck, Vasquez, like I said, Jossicrat, Reed, Hevlo, McKeithen, Warren, Young Chuck, Fox, and Massimino. Those are your top 10. Austin Speck in 11th and William Lessig in 12th. A.J. Roderick gets dropped back to 13. Colin Aitken in 14. Mason Rick in 15. William Walls in 16. Colin Miller back in 17. Nick Sobiak in 18th. Bryce Downs in 19th. And Aiden White in 20th.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And we still got a group to qualify.
And the track is looking really nice. Completely dry from what we can see there. Maybe
behind
one wet
us,
spot
we still might have some water
7,
running
but
down.
yeah.
Oh, they're clearing the track. We had somebody out. That's what's the delay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're waiting for somebody to unload.
So there's a delay right now because of clearing the track. I guess some drivers went off or broke down or whatever. And right now, that's it.
We'll get going in just a minute here. Yeah, the conditions, I don't know. Okay, after this qualifying session, which we've got one more group going out, we're asking everybody to switch to the premium stream, Kart Chaser premium member only. So sign up on YouTube. So can you, anybody who wants to continue watching and seeing what's going on, listen to Tony and I, make sure you go to the premium screen. And it's only $10 a month. You might as well put it on recurring charge or something, because that'll take care of you very well. So race director is saying that's what are the program director is saying floor director, whatever it's saying.
It'll give you the whole.
It'll give you everything. Yeah.
You can watch.
And you can watch that race tonight. What is that? The money race? Where is it? It's
Ryan Newberg.
Ryan Norberg's race.
Norberg.
Okay.
He's a famous, one of the top drivers. I mean, I don't follow two-cycle too much, but you've heard his name a number of times, and I guess he put on this money race, right? And
where is that? Is that Orlando? Okay.
Now, Orlando Kart Center, I was there, I'm going to say 20 years ago. It was built on a parking lot. And when I went back a couple years later, they put grass down on the infield, and they just kept building it up. I mean, it's been different owners over the years, but it is a real. If you're in Orlando, it's I used to take my kids there when we went. Well, Ryan and Drew went to school in near Orlando or in Orlando, right there, and so we always would go there and rent the karts. Back then when it was not as big as it is today, but great place to put a race. They got lights. They got a great tower. They got a great viewing area. They got a great podium set up. They've put a lot into that place. I believe a kart shop is there as well. Definitely a nice place, Orlando Kart Center.
Cool. Very nice. And please, 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 on your screen right now is shopakr.com. You get 10% off. There's the one of them funny symbols. I can't remember what it's called. I know they correct me a couple of times.
But you take
QR code. That's what it's QR code. And it's good for 10% off. Use the code number SPRING10 or take a picture of the QR code. But shop AKR, 10% off. What a good deal. All the money you save by getting that 10% off, you should put onto your recurring credit card charge
right now.
on Kart Chaser.
This is what Kart Chaser brings to you, that you might see a commercial like this. Sure. You need some kart parts, you got 10% off. That just paid for your membership.
Tony just proved you're making money by buying Kart Chaser. Yeah. It's actual income. You got to claim it on your taxes, of course. It's income, but... Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I know I appreciate it. The karters appreciate Kart Chaser for doing this. It's been a long time coming that we needed this type of coverage, and Kart Chaser has brought it. Xander and the group have just done a great job with that.
Oh, you get free shipping for orders of $200 or more. Look how much money you're making. You seriously, you got to tell the IRS, though, you're making so much money by watching Kart Chaser. But no, I'm just kidding, of course. Yeah, I'm very, very, very grateful for Kart Chaser. They've just done a wonderful job, broadcasting kart races, and they're only going to get bigger and better. Believe me, they're relatively new, so they're going to get dramatically bigger and better. And like Tony keeps saying, they filled a void that most of us weren't aware was there, but they filled it, and you realize just how desperate we were for exactly what Kart Chaser is. Get your content, get your kart news and broadcasting that you can't get anywhere else. So
yeah, I mean, basically what you and I did all these years by announcing was giving these people credit for what they did, but that's as far as it went. And at times, like I told you, I could have shouted out the window of the tower, and I would have had more people would have heard me. But
I'm going to tell you a story later on. But Tony actually did exactly that. We were in pit last year. The power went out. We had to we put a generator down on the ground, ran a cable up through the window, so that's how we powered the scoring system. And Tony, I swear to goodness, and I've got a picture of this, had a battery-powered megaphone, and he was shouting out the back window of this tower. And we made it work.
Yeah, we made it work. But like I'm saying, that's what we did over all these years, and to give these people credit, also writing articles and stuff like that, and showing who the champions were, who the heroes were in karting. And when I raced back, I just felt these people weren't getting the credit. They were putting so much work into it, and they weren't getting the credit as far as, hey, yeah, they won this race, and that's all relatives knew about it, but not a lot of other people. So the announcing helped at least a little bit at the track, where everybody that was at that track could hear who the top drivers were, how they won, and all of this. So,
and I've got family back in northern Minnesota that know I'm heavily involved with karting. They have no idea what I'm actually doing or what it's all about. So this is going to be their opportunity to watch it. Kart Chaser, thank you so much. All my relatives back, in northern Minnesota, they've always wondered exactly what the heck is he doing.
What are you doing?
Yeah. So I'm very, very grateful for everything Kart Chaser. So my hat's off to Trevor and Xander and the whole gang here. Everybody's working here. We've got Jerry and Peyton and Marcelo and Emery. And who am I missing here? Somebody. Anyway, if I miss anybody, I truly apologize. But today, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. To Caleb, yes, of course. I'm so sorry. And he's actually directing us, and he's doing a fine job. Tony and I truly are not regular TV people. We're not used to it. So it's kind of throwing us off, and Caleb is doing a wonderful job of directing us. So we truly appreciate that. And we're still in some band. Here they come.
If you're ever in the presence of Xander, you really get to see what the youth can do with even now. Never mind driving a go-kart, but how he can handle the whole race, how we can see a helmet and know who it is. And me and you were, looking at what number is that guy?
He knows the street that they grew up on when they were kids, for God's sakes. Okay, Overbeck still the fast time so far. The final group is coming out. They've got to go all the way around one complete lap before they start getting timed.
All right, we'll see if anybody can, like I said, penetrate that top 10, basically. We did have Cameron Reed and I believe Eli Warren got up in there, but that was it out of that group. Now, this is supposedly the fastest group, so maybe we'll see a couple more penetrate that top 10. Right now, Massimino sits on that top 10 bubble. Can he stay in the top 10, or will somebody get up there? And also, just let's go back to the front. Can the 48 of James Overbeck hold on to this pole? He's got a 47.494. Vasquez in the 52. He's got a 47.830. And like I said, they're not out there to defend this. They can't pick it up another notch like their teammate might be signaling them, saying, you need a little more. That's not going to happen. They're not there. Quickly, take a look at this, Dave. Number 97, Ian Quinn. 47.643. Vasquez is off the outside pole. So right away now, this is the faster group. The number 97 of Ian Quinn gets a 47.643. Henry Wheeler gets a 47.860 and moves into 6th. So we're starting to get a penetration into the top 10. But Overbeck continues to hold the pole with a 47.494. Quinn in 2nd. Vasquez in 3rd. Joshua Crack in 4th. Jason Rothman now in 5th with a 47.846. Henry Wheeler in 6th. Cameron Reed in 7th. Jake Hevlo in 8th. Christopher McKeithen back in 9th. Oh, here we go. Look at
still moving around.
We got some good running here now. Overbeck being challenged by none other than 021 Hudson Brown goes to the front row with a 47.581. He's putting the challenge on Overbeck. And now Owen Lloyd, this is the guy. He's been hot all weekend. And now Henry Wheeler comes up. Wheeler takes the pole with a 47.249. Unbelievable. Wheeler not being shut out here. The 0 of Henry Wheeler, 47.249. Owen Lloyd, he's been hot here today. Right now, Lloyd runs in that outside pole. Overbeck in 3rd. Eli Fox in 4th. Hudson Brown into the top 5 with a 47.581. What a race we're going to have here. But right now, it's the number 0 of Henry Wheeler, 47.249. You know where he's from, or Henry Wheeler? I'm not familiar with him.
No, I don't.
Oh.
I thought you were.
I've heard him. I've heard him. Definitely, he's a top driver. But
how about that number 021 Hudson Brown? Have you ever met him, Tony?
Yeah, I met Hudson Brown.
That's Tony's grandson. That's why I'm picking on Tony. So yeah.
All right. So the 119 of Owen Lloyd, he took the pole. He's been hot. White flag is out. Keep an eye on the 119 of Owen Lloyd. He's been hot here today. He's got a 47.456. Kenny bumped the 0 of Henry Wheeler, who has a 47.249. Overbeck is in 3rd. Eli Fox in 4th. Hudson Brown in the top 5 with a 47.581. What a race we're going to have in this senior medium. It is not over. Brown does not better his time. 47.581. That'll hold right now is holding him on in 5th. Overbeck, he can't be, he's not out there, so he can't do anything. It's Owen Lloyd and Wheeler. What will happen? Will the number 0 hold on to the pole, or will the 119 of Owen Lloyd? Lloyd does not better. No. He gets a 47.456. And Henry Wheeler holding on with a 47.249. What a run by the number 0 of Henry Wheeler.
Wheeler's got one more lap to go yet.
Oh, he is right now at the top of one of the most competitive classes in 206 racing. You got to give Wheeler credit. Number 0, Henry Wheeler with a 47.249. He is your pole sitter. I believe that is it.
Yep, I believe it is.
Wheeler did it.
Henry
Officially,
only needed 3
he
laps.
wins the RLV award. He is your top racer right now. I'm going to say senior medium, senior light. These are your top classes to qualify in. Wheeler does it. He takes the pole. Owen Lloyd does a great job here today, taking an outside pole, but he is capable of getting a win. Overbeck right there in striking distance. Eli Fox, Hudson Brown in the top 5, Ian Quinn in 6. That's your top 3 rows.
Took it way down in 17th place, number 71, Connor Zilic. He had
a tough time.
A difficult time earlier. Okay, we're asking everybody to switch to the premium stream.
Right, because we're finished with qualifying.
Yeah, we're finished with qualifying. Now there's going to be, what do we call it, a firewall or something?
No,
tomorrow. Paywall. Anyway, just pay the $10 and put on recurring charge on your
But we'll
credit
be
card.
back with the heat races. Oh, it's behind it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was just a feature.
So the rest of the day and all day tomorrow, you have to pay.
Okay. So
make
interesting.
sure just do it.
Yeah,
And you-
everybody that's out there, you want to keep this. You're seeing how important it was for the qualifying, what the competition is. So all our friends and relatives at home, you want to continue watching. Pay the wall, and you'll have a month subscription. You could go back and watch it over and over if you want. It'll be out there for. But you definitely want to sign on. You want to pay the $10 and get it, because when we come back, I'm telling you, you're going to see some of the best 206 racing you've ever seen. And right now, the competition is just at such a level. And you're talking about a spec class.
Yeah.
This is not where, hey, anything goes, run what you brung, and somebody's smart enough to run something different than the other guy. They're all running the same engine, the
Isn't
same
that cool?
rules. The chassis is important. The tires, and they're all running the same tires.
Yeah.
So that's that. But it's also how you set that cart up. That is the thing. And the driver got to have his head clear, or she has to have their head clear and know what they need to do to win this race.
And
So
we do have a heck of a lot of young ladies racing
yes,
here.
yeah.
So
Well,
for any.
Ashley did a whole interview with women in racing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you got any girls back home or something, you want them to possibly get into karting, you absolutely can. This is a great spot for you to be. So please switch to the premium stream right now.
Right now, because that's it.
And
You're
we're
not gonna
going on
hear us.
lunch break. So, so be aware when you do switch over, we're going to be on lunch break for a short period of time. But
and then we'll be back.
Yeah, that'll give you a half hour or better to pay it. So we're going to cut it off here, and we'll be back after lunch on the premium channel.